Happy Friday, everybody. We have a lot to talk about, a lot to roast, a lot to react to. So grab a beverage, hopefully wearing something very comfy. Smash that like on your way in, and let's get this party started.
If you like what you see, come and get it with me. I know you deserve all you want, 'cause your heart's made of gold. But don't wait till you're old. If you want it, I get you some.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to my channel. Stand-up comedian, pop culture vulture, dopamine queen, narc slayer, and what else am I, you guys? I'm something else. Oh, Grift Reaper. Joleen Lunzer here for another No Offense, All Offense, where we take a comedic look, discuss, break down, roast, react to anything that is spiking that dopamine. As an ADHD lady, I got to keep the dopamine coming, you guys. So welcome, welcome, welcome. So good to see you all. Hopefully you're having a wonderful day wherever you are in the world. Smash the like I said, hit the subscribe. If you want to support the channel further than liking or subscribing, you can always send a super chat while we're live here on YouTube. I'll highlight your comment. We'll talk about it. Otherwise, you can hit me up in my JOJO chats. I got some JOJO chats from yesterday that I have to read that came in after the live ended. So I will do that shortly. But I have pinned the link or the links to send JOJO chats. It's my Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. You can leave any comment, any tip amount you want, and it'll be read aloud for everybody. Or you can join my membership here on YouTube, where you get some perks, some emojis to use in the chat and the comment section, and some other stuff. So there are ways to support the channel further. You don't have to do any of those things, but they are there if you would like. How is everyone doing today? Let me get this with the right dopamine queen. Okay, good to see you guys. Thank you. Yes, we just went over 53,000 subscribers, so that is very exciting. Yes. Oh good, my air just popped on right as I'm about to start. I was hot flashing. I'm like, and I'm trying to bump my AC down, and it just was silent. It was ghosting me for a second, and I'm like, hello, we have a sweaty 40-something-year-old woman wearing too many necklaces. So thank you guys all for being here and for subscribing as we continue to grow. One day we do have the goal of possibly hitting 100K. What? Could that happen? I want one of those plaques. You know, those silver plaques that all the cool YouTubers have, and some of the lame ones too. That would be awesome, but we'll see. You know, we got a good group right now, so maybe inviting more people to the party isn't a good idea, but everybody's welcome. Okay. Hopefully you have a good beverage, you guys in front of you. We have a lot to talk about tonight. Now, remember, I'm very opinionated, but that doesn't mean you have to have the same opinion. You're welcome to sound off in the live chat. Hello, live chatters, or the comment section, and we can just respectfully agree to disagree.
That's my opinion!
Also, remember, everything I say today is true, except for the parts that are false. Everything is 100% alleged and for entertainment purposes only.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. So there's my legal. I preface that with my legal team of allegedly.
Allegedly.
Before I get too many followers, I just want you to know you're not gonna like it here. No, you might not stay around for long. And I know it. This could be your purgatory on Earth.
This could be your purgatory on Earth. Oh boy, that sounds bad. Thank you, Nina. I know I'm during the NBA finals right now. I was going to maybe push my live off again, but I'm like, I can't do that. I already pushed it back. People are already so understanding of my neurodivergence and my need to constantly move my lives around. So, Nina coming in with the first super chat of the live. Nina says, go Knicks. Yes. I do have to say, I'm so happy with the final two teams, the Spurs and the Knicks. If it couldn't be the Timberwolves, I'm glad it is the both of them. And I am rooting for the Knicks. Okay? Blame Cat. Blame Karl Anthony Towns because he was a Minnesota Timberwolf. We love him. And so we want Cat to win one. But shout out to my Spurs friends. You guys, you gotta come back tonight. See if you can come back tonight. We'll see what happens. But good to see everyone. I see a lot of Spurs fans. A lot of people are excited. The Spurs are a younger team, and so that's exciting for them. I think no matter what, the Spurs are going. They're good. They're good. But I think Wemby, he's not ready for Cat. Cat's able to defend his 7'4" ass, and I don't think he's used to that. But go Knicks, go Brunson, go team, you guys. Okay, yeah. So we do have some Knicks fans. Okay, because last live I loved it. You guys were keeping me up to date with the score in the live chat. So thank you. Oh, we do have more Knicks fans. I love to see it, Angela. Yes, go Knicks. Thank you so much. Yes, last game was so good. They did really well. And Kat really turned it up in the third quarter, and I just can't say enough good things about him. Tis me, Krista. Thank you for the 199.
Now I make money.
Says, happy Friday, Joe and everyone. I know. I saw other people in other chats today complaining about that. Apparently, I think you might have the emojis if you are on maybe a PC or a laptop, Krista. But as far as phones, let me see if I have it. I don't even think, because last time I checked, I didn't have my own emojis either. And YouTube hasn't sent any kind of notification that I've seen saying, hey, we're down with our emojis, but I've seen other people complaining about it. So yeah, again, when I open up my chat, it's empty. Look at my phone's got glitter and eyeshadow on it, but yeah, nothing. What the hell? Get it together. Irene says, my neighbor said go Spurs, and she's the sports lady, so I'm going to follow suit. Yes, well, the Spurs are a great team, and they have some really good players. So it's either, it's anyone's series. I think it'll go 7 games. I think it'll go all 7. Go sports. You guys are saying no iPad emojis either. What the freak? What the French toast? So not on the phone, not on the iPad. Anyone on their PC or laptop, let us know if it works. Wemby is tall, Boomer. Yes, a Boomer Sooner girl. He is tall. But Cat's tall, and Cat's got ups, and Cat's got good defense. So go sports. Yes, we got to talk about the Proctor texts tonight. So we have a lot to talk about tonight. We have the Proctor texts that are breaking the internet. Notorious douchebag, racist, misogynist piece of shit, Michael Proctor. Now Karen Reed is out and suing the Canton police, and I think the state as well. And she appeared on the Today Show. We got to play that with Alan Jackson and her other attorney. It's not David Yannetti, so I didn't learn his name. Sorry. And it's not Bob Alessi, so I didn't learn that guy's name. And these reporters are just so, it's like no one in the mainstream, I hate to say like the mainstream media, but it feels like no one in the mainstream media paid any attention to the Karen Reed trial, and they do not know what they're talking about. And they just are using like cliched talking points and always coming at Karen Reed with such suspicion, rudeness, as if she wasn't found not guilty. It's so frustrating. And then Michael Proctor, now more texts have come out about this douchebag. He really is the Mark Furman, was that his name in the OJ trial? Mark Furman, who I think recently passed away. He's really the Mark Furman of this generation. Just such an asshole. I was reading through the texts, which are just filled with just like sexist, racist, homophobic, Semitic speech. Like they just he uses these terms, him and that other guy, I think his last name is Good, the other cop, they use them so freely. And it's really just like, holy shit. This would have been great to have during Karen's trial, because we already knew Michael Proctor had horrendous text, like, you guys, she got a leaky balloon knots, calling her a see you next Tuesday, and just so gross. But these are like on another level. And I'm like, oh my God, Proctor. And I can't believe this douchebag. He knows. Yes, Jill says you're gonna break your Patreon. I am gonna break it tonight. And thank you so much for the $4.99. I mean, the fact that this dude still fought for his job and tried to pretend he was wrongfully fired and let go, and went on this, when he started eating his feelings, and then he became a little chubby bunny, and he started going on this campaign of, I'm going to get my job back, knowing that this is what he thinks and this is the way he speaks. Like, this dude is a white supremacist. Like, he hates everybody who's not like a straight white man. He hates women. He hates minorities. He hates Jewish people. He hates everybody. And he is the ugliest looking thumb dude you'll ever run across. Stupid as all get out. And it seems like they have, I mean, we know this is a systemic issue in lots of, unfortunately, lots of institutions in the United States and a lot of police departments throughout the United States, but particularly in Canton, in this area in Massachusetts, this is like crazy. These dudes are just full of hate. They are like tiki torch, angry idiots. And so his stuff came out. I was listening to Runkle read through them. And as Runkle's trying to read, he can't say really any of the words because they're awful. They're all some kind of slur. And so he's like, T word this and G word this. And it's just, this dude is a monster. And what baffles me is there's still people out there who are sticking up for this guy. I'm just like, I mean, to say I'm surprised, not really. Disappointed, angry. Like, this dude sucks. And that whole department sucks. Like, I'm so glad that Karen has come out and is now suing them as well. So let me pull up this interview she did, you guys, because these reporters on the Today Show, I think it is, are just so crazy. Karen Reed, the Today Show, I think it was. Yeah. And Karen Reed doesn't do press like this. She did the Rotten Mango interview. And then, I want to see the whole one. And she really has turned down. She, they did The Body in the Snow, but she was really, disappointed with the lady who ran that documentary and voiced her, disappointment in the Rotten Mango interview about that. But she doesn't do a ton of interviews like that. She's been on that Howie Carr show before. So for her to go on the Today Show, I'm sure it was like a big deal, but it's no wonder she doesn't do these fucking interviews. These people don't do their research and they're idiots. And they just show their whole ass when they're interviewing her. And it's so frustrating. You can just see it on her face. So let's watch it. If I do get struck down, it's stupid NBC Universal who can suck all the balls. We'll just start up a new live. But I really do want to play this because Alan Jackson's there. He's growing his beard out. And then they got her other lawyer there again. I don't remember his name. Someone probably already put it in the chat, but we'll hear it. And you got to hear these questions. I mean, after everything this woman's been through, 2 trials, knowing about the corruption, and these reporters are just ding-dongs. Just the biggest ding-dongs that ever dong-donged. So let's write, boo, Today Show, boo, tomato, tomato, tomato. I need to put tomato emojis, but put your smoking frog emojis in the live chat as well. Also, Trisha's going to be going live in an hour, and I saw the title. They must be looking for, we were just like roasting Trisha and Swamp Stacy and websleuths yesterday about having a dead channel. And so they have in their title now, Trisha Stalker arrested. So I can't wait to see what that's about. I feel like they're coming off CrimeCon as, stalkers themselves, or at least Karens themselves. And so they had to make it about them. We're also going to take a look at the videos Christina's been putting up. She found some footage from CrimeCon of people following her, which is terrifying. And I've watched like the short she put up on Instagram, but I haven't watched the whole video. So we're going to watch that. What else do we have? Something else to talk. We still got to talk about the Lego mess. I'm watching Love Island. You guys, let me know if anyone's watching Love Island. And if you're not, we're only 3 episodes in. I think tonight is the 4th episode. You guys got to watch Love Island. It's a freaking mess and so roastable. And it is kind of this thing I started doing a few summers ago, where me and my husband Cheller and we watch Love Island. I mean, he watches it by proxy. Like, he's usually doing other stuff, but sometimes he pays full attention. I mean, he's paying attention, but he'll get behind on episodes and stuff because there's a lot of episodes. But I was catching up on it last night, and it is a shit show. You guys, it is crazy. So we got to talk about that. And also today, we'll get to more stuff later, but Love Island is on Peacock if you're looking for that. And it is a silly reality show. And it is like, I know the summer started when Love Island started now. And then I know the summer's in full swing once Big Brother starts. Those are my summer shows. Okay. Thumbs up in the chat as soon as you hear the audio on this. I'll be stopping for commentary. Again, if the stream goes down, we will come back up.
Karen Reed and her attorneys in just a moment. But first, a closer look at this new lawsuit and a warning. Some of the language you are about to hear is disturbing and offensive.
Can you guys hear that? You hear the audio on that? So they're going to talk about it. So we got Karen, Alan Jackson, and the other guy. Poor other guy. I miss you, Nettie. I miss him. I miss Bob Alessi. Bob, where are you? I got to hear Bob's voice. I got to hear his. Where are you, little Bobby? Bobby. There he is. Here he is.
What could be more egregious? What could be more misleading?
Karen looks like she got some extensions. I like. We got some volume going on. Looking good. All right.
Nearly 1 year after Karen Reed walked out of court a free woman, she's waging her own legal battle this morning against the police departments she says framed her for the murder of her boyfriend, police officer John O'Keefe.
You know what you did. You know what you've done.
The 46-year-old filing a scathing new civil suit against Massachusetts State Police and the town of Canton, laying out a litany of racist messages her attorneys say were exchanged between the lead investigator on Reed's case.
Look at these. Oh my, it's always the ugliest toe-looking motherfuckers who are racist, homophobes, and misogynists, right? No person of color, no woman, no gay person wants nothing to do with these fuckers, and they're mad. It's always the grossest bitches, you know, just the frickin' toe jam asshats. Look at these two, just such unfortunate DNA. Ugh.
Michael Proctor and former Canton Police Sergeant Sean Good.
Take your time. I saw was involved, so I wouldn't rush if you're working. Let them die.
That's a police officer. That's a police officer. The lead investigator in John O'Keefe's death, who was put it all on the girl, Karen Reed, didn't question any of the McAlberts, just, you know. Yep.
Most of the messages unrelated to Reed, but according to the complaint, their crude nature expose a culture of bias and corruption.
You are a filthy pig that you just do dirty things to.
Reed's history with Proctor and others in law enforcement stretching back years.
She's a whack job.
Her attorneys have long maintained, but have yet to prove, that O'Keefe was killed at a house party after a night of heavy drinking with fellow officers back in 2022, who then tried to cover it up by falsely accusing Reed of hitting O'Keefe with her SUV, leaving him to die in the snow.
This case should be over right now. Done. Because there was no collision.
A jury ultimately acquitted Reed last summer of second-degree murder after her first trial ended with a hung jury. Proctor, meanwhile, was fired for his misconduct, his lawyer dismissing the newly revealed messages from his personal life as having no bearing whatsoever on the investigation of Karen Reed. Sergeant Good, also off the force, resigning this week after he was placed on leave for alleged misconduct.
Why do they all kind of look alike? It's very Hills Have Eyes, like incestuous over there in Canton, because he looks like an unfortunate combination of Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and even Michael Proctor. But they all have just like that similar look. Ugh.
It's unclear if that leave was connected to Reed. But Massachusetts State Police call their messages, quote, abhorrent, adding in a statement they do not reflect the agency's values. Yet the allegations of police corruption at the heart of Reed's defense struck a chord for many of her supporters, who often gathered outside the courthouse. with many more following online.
Never in my entire life have I been more invested in a court case.
Even an auction of her SUV attracting intense interest until it was sold. It all comes as the former financial analyst fends off other legal woes, including a wrongful death lawsuit brought by the O'Keefe family. But Karen Reed has vowed to keep fighting to vindicate her innocence.
There's more evidence and there's more of a story to tell.
And that was her on the Rotten Mango, the big interview that she finally did on the Rotten Mango YouTube channel. And that was a very good interview. Kelly Kell, thank you so much for the $4.99. Kelly Kell says, everyone check out Jolene's Judge Joleen Karen Reed playlist. It's so funny and shows the origin of Judge Joleen. Yeah, that is the origin, isn't it? No, actually, the origin technically was the Depp Heard trial. I used to dress up, but I think I was more, I don't remember. The judge in the Depp v. Heard, it was a woman, right? Yeah, no, I forget now. But because I lived in the house I lived in before here, and I had so much fun with that. So I think that is, but you're right, Kelly Kell, the real Judge Joleen, kind of getting my, my shitty Boston accent, my Canton accent, where real Boston people are like, who the fuck you talking like? At Harvard Yard. That's where that came from. So yes. Okay. Yes, the accent, Kelly Kell, but you're right. Yeah, we need to get Proctor's ass. All right. So now Karen Reed's sitting down, Alan Jackson, and the other guy still didn't remember his name. Okay. I thought it seems like, the Depp v. Heard trial seems like a million bajillion years ago, but I remember just dressing up like Amber Heard and doing little skits, then dressing up like the judge, and then dressing up like Amber Heard's attorney. Those were times long ago.
Now, NBC News has reached out to Sean Good, but has not yet heard back. The town of Canton, meantime, says it refutes any broad stroke characterizations about the people who serve in that department. And joining us now is Karen Reed, along with her two attorneys, Alan Jackson and Charles Waters. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Karen, let's start with you, because we really haven't heard from you much and seen you really at all since the jury's not guilty verdict. First, just why file this lawsuit now? You already have one lawsuit in the queue. Why do this now?
This was always our plan, that I had to save my own life first. I can't do anything if I'm not free. And I had to fight for my freedom for years. And I knew as it unfolded, I was never going to be able to just forget that this happened to me, that I was wronged in this way. I couldn't just go back to life as it was. I have to continue fighting for justice. The acquittal is deserved, but the wrongs have not been completely righted. They've been happening along the way, but I always knew this was going to happen if I could get the help legally to do this.
Let's talk about that for a moment, Alan, because again, as we just saw in Laura's story there, Sergeant Good's been fired, right. Lieutenant Proctor fired. They're both gone. The departments have said that there was wrongdoing. They've admitted that. From a legal standpoint, what do you precisely want to see happen here that has not already happened?
Well, it's a civil case. So the remedy is the law speaks in.
I mean, it's so stupid. Exactly what classic overthinker. Like, that's the first question. Why now? Bitch, what are you talking about? Can you have, I'm a comedian and I know more about the law and I know so little than they do. And not understanding even that it's a civil trial. Like, after everything that's been done, oh, you mean just her acquittal? Usually civil would follow that. Like, what are you talking about? Even in OJ, they had the civil after the criminal. What is going on? But this is their dumbass. You'd think they'd have legal experts that would interview, Karen Reed and Alan Jackson and the Charlie guy. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Care Bear. I will. Check your DMs. I will definitely do that right now. But what stupid ass questions, right? Who cares about the timing? Like, there is no time limit on injustice like that, unless they have some kind of, which I always think is so crazy when they put, what do they call it, you guys, when there is a time limit when you can report, abuse or things like that. I always think that's pretty ridiculous because it takes people different times to process things and to bring things forth. So it's crazy. Oh my gosh, I forgot the exact, but there's a term for that. Statute of limitations. Thank you. Statute of limitations. Thank you, Kelly Kate.
Dollars, but that's not what the ultimate.
And so poor Alan Jackson's like, well, this is a civil case, dumbass.
But they're both gone. The departments have said that there was wrongdoing. They've admitted that. From a legal standpoint, what do you precisely want to see happen here that has not already happened?
That's just like, what the fuck?
Well, it's a civil case. So the remedy is the law speaks in dollars, but that's not what the ultimate goal is here. The ultimate goal is to ensure that we bring to the light the institutional biases, the institutional corruption that permeates the Massachusetts law enforcement system. That's what this lawsuit's going to do. Ultimately, you can't, what Karen wants, you cannot write on a check, which is exposure of the corruption that is the DNA of the Massachusetts State Police, of the Canton Police Department, which is evidenced by these two individuals in their text messages. They were in a position where they felt comfortable within their own family, the family of law enforcement, to send these vile text messages, to send these vile voicemails that are reflective of a deeper problem in the culture. That's what we want to expose.
But to be clear, we're seeking money.
At the end of the day, that's the
bitch. What the fuck? Like civil. What do you think civil is? What is wrong with look at Karen, look over at him like, are you for real, sir? So money, as if there's something wrong with that, as if that isn't a thing. So you just want money. Right away, it comes off like they're implying some kind, like I said, like there's something wrong with that. I just couldn't believe this interview today when I first watched. I'm like, oh my God, these people are ridiculous, right? Like, hello, you're on the Today Show. Yeah, that's what civil means, dumbass. Good God.
That's what the civil law requires. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what civil. Thank you, Alan. Oh, imagine this is what they're up against every step. No wonder Karen didn't want to do any interviews. These people don't deserve her time. It's already a waste of time right out the gate. Just putting I feel very negative connotations on this. Ridiculous.
Charles, I want to bring you in here because you guys have always maintained she was framed, right? That's been your entire theory from the beginning here. But what evidence have you actually amassed over?
From the beginning of what? Is she implying that Charles has been here since the beginning? Does she think Charles is like David Yannetti? You guys, sorry, I gotta wipe off my camera here. She was ever since the beginning. What?
For the past 4 years now, what evidence do you have to support that claim?
Well, I mean, I think that Alan, during the criminal cases, let the whole world see the evidence that she had. But I think first and foremost, you look at the injuries that John O'Keefe suffered, and that to me is the key. Those were injuries from the back of his head. He died from injuries to the back of his head, some ridged lead surface.
But you've had that for a while now, right?
Why is it so combative? Like, it feels very, we're not even easing in. It's clear that these two don't understand, they don't even know what a civil trial is. They don't even know the point of a civil trial. And they're sitting there now going, well, I mean, you already did that, and you already did this. And this is just so weird.
Those were injuries from the back of his head. He died from injuries to the back of his head, some ridged lead surface.
But you've had that for a while now, right?
But the question was what evidence is, and you start there. And when you start there and you realize that the medical examiner, for example, testified at the criminal trial that these injuries that he had were inconsistent with a car strike. So you start there and then you say, what else could have happened? And then you look at the house. And then you look at the people that were in the house, and there are ridged surfaces in the house. There are relationships that John O'Keefe had with people in that house that were difficult relationships. And there's a lot of evidence that we've uncovered and that we're going to still uncover in this civil case.
Karen, let me come back to you for a moment here, because since the two trials, like what has life been like for you? I know you lost your house, you lost your car. Are you working right now?
No, I'm not working. I still don't have my license, and I'm back working on the case. And, you know, we've brought in civil lawyers, but this case is so comprehensive that we need all hands on deck. I mean, I'm working on the case every day, and I don't know that I really ever took time off, and I don't know that I felt like I wanted to take time off. I want this to be over, but it's not done yet.
I mean, for real. It's consumed her whole life, like Cammie's saying. She lost everything. It wasn't just her job and her car. She lost her anonymity. She lost her life, basically. I mean, she lost so much. She lost time. She took a hit to her health going through all this. I mean, so many things. She lost her freedom. She lost a lot. Like, so much money. I mean, the lawyers at the end weren't even getting, or in the second trial, weren't even getting paid. You know, it was just, money had to be used for the experts and just the expense of all of this. And imagine, so many people who would go through this who wouldn't have the means to keep up, raise money, put your house up, things like that, to fight this. And then this kind of corruption lives on. That's the thing that these idiots don't realize, and they don't care, because I feel like the Today Show just wants their quick clips. And so they'll interview about everything. And you don't have to, it's kind of like with YouTube. You don't want to talk about everything, especially stuff you either have no interest in or you have no interest in learning about. Like, I wouldn't have someone on my channel, and I'm just a YouTube comedian lady. I wouldn't have someone on my channel who, when I didn't understand what they did, and I was going to ask them questions, or maybe even like critical questions or pushback, when my level of understanding was zero. I would do a little bit of research, or I would be having them on simply to educate me on what they did, and there wouldn't be pushback on that. But this is just so ridiculous. I feel like they just want the clicks. They just want the views. But what they're failing to see, what a lot of people who followed this case saw, that, corruption everywhere is a threat, like injustice everywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And that's like this kind of corruption. It affects everybody, because you let it go. You let these people go unchecked, and eventually it's going to hit you. So you want to fight, and you want people to fight against this kind of corruption within these institutions, because they could take advantage of anyone. And we've seen that they have, taken advantage of quite a few people. So it's just like, what the fuck are we doing here? How is the Today Show even still on? How do you not, with NBC, have someone with a brain who knows about A, the law, B, this case, who could ask these people questions? I feel like Alan, Karen, and Charles, the other guy, deserve a little more respect, having been through 2 trials now and all this bullshit. Good God, sorry.
I want to, because we saw the throngs of supporters who would show up at that courthouse, who clearly believed, just as the jurors did. But you have to know that when you walk down the street, there are lots of people who look at Karen Read and who think, oh, there's that woman that got away with killing her ex-boyfriend who was a cop. How do you go through life knowing that there are lots of people who, despite what the jury said,
so cavalierly, he's like, oh, there's that lady who got away with killing her boyfriend who was a cop. And look at Karen's face. She's like, you fucker. What the fuck am I doing here? Yeah, and like Kat says, John needs justice. They need to find out who killed John O'Keefe. He deserves justice. And they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about any of this. But listen to it. What do you do with those people who are just like, oh, hey, there's that lady that killed her cop boyfriend?
And who think, oh, there's that woman that got away with killing her ex-boyfriend who was a cop. How do you go through life knowing that there are lots of people who, despite what the jury said, still think you did it and you got away?
Why? What the fuck are we doing here? What are we doing here, buddy? What are we doing here, buddy guy? It's just making these like random ass statements. Lots of people. Where? There's always going to be some in every case out there. There's people who are, like Scott Peterson didn't do it. We need to bring this forth. There's people who think, Casey Anthony's in it. I mean, there's always, what are we doing here, guy? How do you think it makes her feel? What the fuck?
Wait with it.
I've not had any evidence that there's lots of people who
thank you, Karen,
who feel that way. I mean, I have lived more low key in the last year. I've just struggled to not have the adrenaline that I had during trial. But I have no interactions, no matter where I go. The grocery store, a restaurant, Newbury Street in Boston, any hotel or restaurant I eat at. I I don't pay for meals. I get discounts everywhere. My parents get help taking groceries. I don't have interactions. I have not seen lots of people. I haven't seen one. The support isn't relegated to what you saw at the courthouse. It's throughout Massachusetts, and it happens.
So you've
when
never
I
heard
travel.
from one person who?
Not one. Not one. Well, there were.
Have you been on the internet?
You're despicable.
This guy. Oh my God.
The patriarchy.
Also talking down to Karen, who, as Alan Jackson said, was like, I think at one point, I'm paraphrasing here, but she was one of the most, if not the most active in her own case of any client he's ever had. He spoke so highly about how smart she was, how on top of this. Karen is a very educated woman, very successful woman. And he's like, have you not been on the internet? Sir,
Real bad bitch, and you mad. 'Cause you built like your dad.
This is his name, Craig. Craig, knock it off. What is wrong with Craig? Somebody, why is Craig so biased? Why is Craig, like, it seems like he's really picking. Have you been on the internet? Bitch, what? You don't even know the difference between a civil and criminal trial. So I don't know what we're doing here. Moonage Supernova, thank you for the super chat. But you guys see what I mean with this guy?
I don't dance now.
Just idiots. Says, think about everyone in this police department, yes, locked up, who couldn't afford a defense like Karen's. This isn't just about Karen, right? It's about so much more, you know, because it can hit everywhere and anywhere. And that's the scariest part, that people are like, holy shit. There's lots of Canton PDs, unfortunately, in the United States, and lots of individuals who live in communities where they're like, fuck, there is some injustice here, but I feel so tiny and small, and like we can't fight against it. These people hold all the power, and that's like Canton and the McAlberts. That's what we learned, is that these people are like the freaking mafia, allegedly, we'll say, you know?
Allegedly.
Where it is just a mess. So yes, all of those, you know, other people who were either, now we're learning through Proctor's voice texts and messages with this good guy about planting evidence and just having, you know, a real hatred for the people that you are hired to serve, for the community you're supposed to serve, other than straight white men. So everyone who's not a straight white man is not going to get justice in that area, just given how Proctor and his little racist buddy fucking talk, think about us, and act. Like, come on, bro. Rhinestone Wild Girl, thank you for the $9.99. Says, this is exceeding the limits of my beta. I'm sorry, you guys. I watched it today and I'm like, I was so mad. We've come this far. 2 trials, and this is what you're doing, sir? Did Jen McCabe give him a beach before this? What is going on? What is happening? What? Just like, what is going on here? What's wrong with people? Yeah, it's like that thing where you don't understand something until it happens to you. And oh God, this guy, just the worst kind of like corporate journalism here going on.
Get help taking groceries. I don't have interactions. I have not seen lots of people. I haven't seen one. The support isn't relegated to what you saw at the courthouse. It's throughout Massachusetts, and it's
bitch, I'm in California. I didn't know anything. I shouldn't know who Karen Reed is, but I do, because the injustice was that strong. The corruption was that loud. The people calling it out were that loud. Like, come on, dude. Read the room. Are you not on the internet? Because the push for free Karen Reed was with, you know, / Justice for John O'Keefe was so loud.
So you've never heard from one person who?
Not one. Well, there were.
Have you been on the internet?
Oh, I love it. Karen doesn't play. Karen isn't like, she's not going to laugh it off. Karen will be like, bitch, what did you say? Did you see that pause? And I have it sped up. Let me put it down to real time.
Massachusetts, and it happens.
So you've
when
never
I
heard from one person who?
Not one. Well, there were.
Have you been on the internet? I mean.
Karen's like, is this bitch for real? Is this dumbass for real? Are these talking head Lauren Matthias non-journalists for real? I'm surprised Lauren hasn't gotten a job with like mainstream corporate media like this when this is the kind of questions that are being asked on the Today Show. I don't know. Growing up as a kid, I used to think, I mean, in my diary, my mom has my old diaries. I used to write about Jane Pauley, you know, I don't know, weird kid. But I really thought journalists were the coolest. That's why I went to school for journalism. I was like, so cool. And I'd be like, today, Jane Pauley wore a scarf with her blazer and she was talking about Kosovo or something, you know, and now it's just a joke. And then you grow up and you're like, oh, these people are just stupid and they don't care. And they just like want to be performers or entertainers or actors or celebrities. Like a lot of these people just, they don't seem to like give a shit about actual, you know, journalism or justice or anything.
Have you looked at any of the
Oh yes, yeah.
Okay.
I've seen tweets. I have not interacted with anyone. And yes, there were people, there were pink shirts, and there was maybe for every 50 pink shirts, there was someone in a blue shirt who had many of them ties to people on the other side of this case.
Exactly, Karen. That part right there. And a lot of them were just, you know, tied to the police officers, tied to that corruption and that, you know, mafia-like group in Canton, or were just that kind of, you know, protect the blue no matter what bullshit. Well done, Karen. Oh, I would have walked out. I'm done. I did not get a blowout for this. My appointment at Dry Bar this morning was so early to be here for you bitches, and this is what you give me? So stupid. Stupid cake eater tricks. Cheryl Joy, thank you so much for the $1.99.
I don't dance now, I make money.
And Amy Boston, good to see you. Thank you for the $5.
I don't dance now, I
Amy
make
says
money.
Massachusetts is old school, good old boys. Hashtag Norfolk County girl. Hashtag free Karen Reed. Hell yeah. Free Karen Reed. Oh my God. Free her from this interview. This interview is all mess.
John, let's talk about John for a second, Karen, because you dated for 2 years. You got so close with his family, his nieces, his nephews. You went on vacation together, right? This is somebody that you loved. And yet I think for a lot of people, somehow he gets lost sometimes in this conversation.
Well, he's not lost. He's the reason we're doing this.
I think I think people sometimes wonder, are you doing this for John, or are we trying to go after institutional corruption? Are we trying to get you money damages? What is the goal?
John was the victim of this institutional corruption, and we're the voice for John. And I have lived nearly daily John's final moments, and what happened to him, what was on his phone, what was the temperature of his phone, what was his interactions that I had experienced prior to his death with members of the family that lived in that house. And this all revolves around John. I can speak about my personal memories with John, and his family can speak to them as well. But I implore any one of John's family or friends to point to any moment that I wasn't loving or caring with John and his adopted niece and nephew. And
what was he like?
Oh God. I mean, yes, exactly. Two things can be true at once, silly lady. Yes, ancient teapot. It's like John O'Keefe can't get justice until Karen Reed gets justice, because you cannot find out what really happened to John O'Keefe until Karen Reed, until there's justice for this situation. I mean, why, like, again, why have this interview? If only because she just, you know, filed the lawsuit against the police and the state. But I mean, this is the best they could come up with. These people are just fucking
You're
so
despicable.
stupid. Oh my gosh. Oh, now he's like, oh, tell us about John. Tell us about John. Oh, God.
any one of John's family or friends to point to any moment that I wasn't loving or caring with John and his adopted niece and nephew. And
what was he like?
John was very easygoing and kind of shy, quiet. And he just liked to watch Boston sports and drink a few beers. And he was funny. He had a really good sense of humor. And he was very dutiful to his niece and nephew. I mean, he did everything. They were involved in anything they wanted to be involved in, and he tried incredibly hard with them and gave up his bachelorhood, changed his trajectory on the Boston Police Department to care for them. So he was incredibly sacrificial.
We know you're fighting the civil suit that's been filed by his family, but if you could talk to his family today, what would you say to him?
Why the fuck would you want to talk to his family? They've done enough talking. There's been 2 fucking trials, okay? His brother treated John O'Keefe, his own brother's trial, like a Tinder or like a hookup. All right? So what are these people? What is going on here? If you could talk to them, why the fuck would you want to talk to them? Okay? And clearly they don't want to talk to, like, what are these questions? What are these questions?
Have anything to say to his family?
No, and she shouldn't. And she shouldn't. They believe she murdered their son, brother, all the things.
Interacted with them for several years. John and I had actually dated a long time ago when we were in our early 20s, and I was caring and I believe generous with them, with my time, and we did spend a lot of time together. And they experienced who I am, and they know who I am.
Beyond the civil suit, what comes next for Karen Read? What are you going to do for the rest of your life?
Leave this fucking interview.
I don't think we're done discussing law enforcement, corruption, what's wrong with Massachusetts, where else is it?
So let's say you win the civil suit, then what comes next for you personally?
He does keep interrupting her. It's like, sir, let her finish her statement. You asked her what's next for her, and she's answering. He's, oh yeah, we'll do it. Oh God, I know. I'm so glad I don't watch this shit. I can't believe I grew up watching this shit.
Law enforcement, corruption, what's wrong with Massachusetts? Where else is it?
So let's say you win the civil suit.
Sir, she's not done. That was a comma, barely.
Then what comes next for you personally?
Personally, I'd like to keep talking about what I've experienced. I haven't really been free enough, especially with all these lawsuits, to say all that I've experienced. And I think it would be a waste for me to just disappear and go live on an island, although I would like to do that.
Well, we hope that
she's handling it very well. She is really.
You will come back. We have
Karen, don't give them the time of day. Fuck these, ghost them. Ghost this whole network. Fuck them. Fuck them.
A lot more that we want to discuss with you as this case continues. Karen, Alan, Charles, thank you.
Hey, thanks for.
Oh, Al Roker, you need to clean it up. You need to clean your coworkers up over there. What a mess. That was such a fail. Holy shit. It's worse the second time I watched it. Oh my God. I wasn't even clocking just how much he was interrupting her until the second time. Yeah, don't go back, Karen. Don't grace them with your presence. That was pathetic. That was so, but I mean, I guess I should expect nothing more from, corporate loyalist pieces of shit who don't do their research and just are like, it's a segment. And you're like, what? What is going on? I mean, AI could have done a better interview than that. Oh my God. Sashi said he thinks he was Bryant Gumbling too hard. Oh, growing up with Bryant Gumbel, very different. Just holy fuck. What is going on over here? Holy shit. What a bunch of losers. Even with these people. Oh my God, it was just horrible. God. No wonder. And, everyone's like, who's Karen going to give her interview to? And she went to the Rotten Mango because she actually did her research. She actually knew about the case. She would rather go to a YouTube channel called Rotten Mango than the mainstream media because they suck balls that much. That's how bad it's gotten. That's pathetic. Oh my gosh. I hated everything about that. It was so horrible. I wonder. I closed. I want to see what the comments were saying because they got to be eating them up. I think you guys were saying they might have turned the comments off, but they got to be eating them up in the comments. Today's show. That was horrible. So it has 139,000 views. And let's check out the comments and see what they say. I need to see people say something. Obviously, there's going to be, some idiots, I'm sure. But so 13 hours ago, this person says, "What questions are these? Shame on you people. So glad she's suing these sickos, so corrupt." Home at Oahu says, "Mainstream media did a horrible job covering both Karen Read trials. I'm not surprised at the ridiculous questions. So disingenuous, right? These TV newscasters are terrible." I'm going to like this one. I'm going to like that one. I just rewatched this. Those were me too, Rance McManus. Those reporters are horrible. The snotty, accusatory looks. That's what you guys were saying in the chat. He's coming off snotty looks and questions are insulting. That's my opinion. Ain't that the truth? Because of this case, I now have zero confidence in Massachusetts law enforcement or the court system. Samesies. Phyllis says, only the Today Show would ask such questions. Oh my gosh. Would Good Morning America be any better? The lots, this person says, the real first one says, the lots of people that Craig is talking about is him and some of his circle of friends, right? Oh boy. These interviewers ought to be ashamed of themselves. Did the Massachusetts police write the questions? They must have. Something's going on there. Did anyone from today actually read anything from the lawsuit? This can't be journalism. No, it can't be. This is pathetic. This is crazy. Okay. So I think, so this guy, maybe who should we watch? Should we watch Loophole Lawyer or put it in the chat, or Attorney Larry Foreman? Because they're going to play the messages. Now, warning, the messages, I know Loophole, I was listening to a little bit of his, and he doesn't censor any of the slurs. So warning, what you're about to hear from Michael Proctor is fucking disgusting. Cindy, thank you so much for the $1.99. Appreciate that.
I don't dance now.
Have they read these internet comments right? He doesn't know what's going on. They don't have a pulse on like real people and society, because they're just up there with their big ass corporate bloated salaries, being talking heads in the idiocracy, fucking tornado of bullshit and corruption. They don't care. All right, you guys are saying Larry, Loophole Larry. Loophole brings the sass. A lot of Larrys. I should have done a poll. I might just have to make an executive decision. Larry's is kind of longer. Let's just look at Larry's first, because I think sometimes he's kind of funny. Okay. June 4th. All right, we'll do Larry, and then if it gets boring, we'll go to Loophole. Let me drop the link here. Share the screen. So we are going to play a little bit of Attorney Larry Foreman. Didn't he used to be the DUI guy? Did he change his channel name recently? And here's the link to his channel. I'll also put it in the description of the video if you guys aren't already, if you want to get subbed up to him. Here is his link, and I'll put it in the description. So, okay. Yeah, during the trial, I just remember he had such good thumbnails, and I'm like, I want better thumbnails because Larry had better thumbnails. So Larry Foreman, here we go.
26, Karen Read filed a new lawsuit. What you're about to see is not for the faint of heart.
Okay, I'm just going to speed it up to 1.2.
Michael Proctor and Sean Good's phones have finally been analyzed by Karen Read's team. We now understand why it's been so difficult to procure Sean Good's phone, as well as Michael Proctor's. Like I said, you are not ready for what you're about to see. When I just glanced at what I'm about to review with you all today, I was in shock. Truly, honestly, sincerely. Nothing can prepare you for what we're about to cover here today. It doesn't say anything new. 1,000 lawsuits has spawned another one. This time, it's Karen Read versus Massachusetts State Police in the town of Canton. She's suing for...
these texts are killing everybody. Runkle was down on it. It was... that's how bad Michael Proctor and the Sean Goods texts are, that everyone reading them just looks like they got run over by a semi. Okay? They look like John Matthias getting thrown out of the car on the freeway. in his childhood and surviving. They look like John Matthias running from the buffalo herd, fighting off the mountain, like just defeated, disgusted, all the life drained out of them. That's how deplorable these dudes are. That every like law tube person I've seen cover this is just like, I mean, look at Larry. I don't even know if I've ever seen him look like this before.
3 counts: negligence, conspiracy, and the last one you will see when we get there. Folks, there is nothing that I can say to prepare you for what you're about to witness. As I said in the introduction, we now have concrete evidence and explanation as to why the town of Canton was hiding Sean Good's phone and Michael Proctor's phones for such a long time to avoid what you're about to see. It is horrific. It is despicable. It is sexist, misogynistic, anti-Semitic, and racist. The level of corruption is one thing. This is both Goods and Proctor's internal belief system about groups of people like women, African Americans, and Jews. We're going to go over the complaint together. There's going to be a lot of blurring and a lot of censoring that I'm going to have to do as we read it together, but we have to do it. This was filed earlier this morning on June 4th, 2026. So this is brand new stuff. Complaint. Introduction. The not guilty verdict in Commonwealth versus Karen Read on June 18th, 2025 did not merely end a wrongful prosecution. It shone an unflinching spotlight on something the Massachusetts State Police and the town of Canton PD, MSP, and CPD, respectively, moving forward, have spent years trying to conceal. An embedded culture of bigotry, misogyny, systemic failures, and institutional rot at the very core of both organizations. I mean, listen to those words. And by the way, this is signed by Alan Jackson and Aaron Rosenberg. They co-authored it along with their teams. As a result of this entrenchment, Ms. Reed now files this action against MSP and CPD for their negligent hiring, training, and supervision of biased and corrupt police officers whose actions violated her constitutional rights and caused immense harm. At the heart of Ms. Reed's claims lies a distressing narrative, one not just about individual rights, but about fundamental principles upon which our society is built. Through this action, the MSP and CPD will now be forced to answer for their police officers' unlawful conduct against Ms. Reed that is set forth in detail below, but also for the insidious culture of bigotry and misogyny that fostered such unlawful conduct and has likely resulted in other unconstitutional criminal investigations in which countless unknown others have also suffered. Oh yes, we're going in, folks. Indeed, the MSP and CPD.
Larry says we are going in. Angela Sullivan keeping us up to date on the game. Thank you, Angela. Says Knicks up by 4 at halftime. All right. Thank you so much.
We have avoided facing this very moment for years. Ain't that the truth? But it's now time for the long-awaited transparency and accountability owed to the citizens of this Commonwealth. Former MSP detective Michael Proctor, and former, as of 2 days ago, so Sean Good is no longer a sergeant either with CPD as of June 2nd, 2026. CPD Sergeant Sean Good are virulent bigots whose hatred for anyone and everyone different from themselves permeates their every action. They are not officers who occasionally voiced an offensive remark. They are men whose written and recorded communications sent to one another and to circle of like-minded friends over the course of a decade established entrenched and unrepentant hatred for women, Black Americans, Asian Americans, Jews, Hispanics, Arabs, and gay people.
Yeah. No, they're basically like Timu Hitlers. Like the two of them. Michael Proctor even praises Hitler in his messages. It's like...
Isn't that insane? I mean, are we surprised?
No.
Not really, but nobody knew how deep the rabbit hole goes.
I know, but I wish this would have come out during the trial. Ugh.
Their unfitness for any position of public trust was not subtle. It was extensively documented and, as set forth below, knowable to MSP and CPD long before either agency assigned them to investigate and prosecute Ms. Reed. Proctor's and Good's involvement at the outset of the investigation into the death of John J. O'Keefe III invariably and irredeemably contaminated it in every respect, as depicted in thousands of written and audio messages that the Norfolk County DA's office has thus far hidden from public view. Remember, they were fighting tooth and nail back in December to try and make sure that these texts never see the light of day. And far from the inclusive values that both organizations publicly claim to pursue, Proctor and Good secretly and proudly wore badges of hate. Indeed, bigotry guided their every act as law enforcement officers for years, but such conduct remained disguised by their uniforms they wore and obscured by the support and encouragement they received inside the walls of the very institutions designed to prevent such injustice and protect the public. For the MSP and CPD who hired, trained, supervised, and observed these two for years, Proctor's and Good's hateful and despicable views were not only part of their own daily vernacular, but were woven through the fabric of their organization's culture and everyday conversations. Proctor, after telling Good about a multi-car accident in Canton, actually, take your time. I saw a N-word was involved. So I wouldn't rush if you're working. Let them die. This is a Massachusetts State Police at the time trooper talking about a potential victim in a car wreck. And because of the color of their skin, Michael Proctor says to Good, no need to take any action. Let them die. We already knew the kind of horrific person Proctor was. We now get a glimpse into the inner work.
It's just, and like thinking back to the interviews he did and that his wife did and they did at their house, you know, especially during the second trial when he didn't testify. And him just like fighting for his job and sitting there at his table all bloated and yucky, bloated and blimpy. And his wife like, come on, he's not that bad. It's like, bitch, you're married to the devil, which makes me believe you might be the devil too. Oh my gosh.
Of his mind, unfortunately, even more so than before. We thought that the texts that were read during the trial were bad.
Yeah.
Folks, you ain't seen nothing yet. Have you been injured in an accident?
Right to the ad.
Up insect from the Amazon crawls up her
Oh,
vagina.
this one is just holy shit. I mean, they're all holy shit, but just the detail. And yeah, someone commented in the chat, Runkle made a really good point. It wasn't just like, you know, the racial slurs that are, I guess, you know, for lack of a better term, common, you know, they went, or maybe contemporary, they went back deep with, you know, slurs and things, which I think Runkle said added, like, this is so ingrained in them. Like Proctor even knows like racist references from like back in the day that predate him. Like that's how much hate this dude has in his heart. And I was like, ooh, that is a interesting point.
My new VP is a giant malignant see you next Tuesday. I pray to the heavens that some effed up insect from the Amazon crawls up her vagina, hatches eggs, and the litter kills her by eating her from the inside out. Sean Good.
Your patriarchy.
Like that's why bitches choose the bear. And he was the lead investigator for many cases, many things, there to protect and serve the community. And we know, I mean, I thought it was talking about Karen Reed's leaky balloon knot. She's a cunt, you know, sexualizing her. I thought that was bad enough. This dude is talking about bugs crawling into baby doors to schmurder ladies. Like, where is Michael Proctor going to go after this? Oh my, I mean, oh, can you imagine like seeing this guy out in the wild?
Biggest see you next Tuesday. Michael Proctor referring to his then girlfriend's anus.
What do you mean his then girlfriend? How long has he been married?
I can't even get effing near that thing. I make every effort possible. I wait till she's asleep and I try to get at it. I try every effort possible. I try to get her hammered. I can't get anywhere near.
That's so grapey. Like that is yuck. He tries to get her to where she can't consent. And this is a lead homicide detective. This is a Canton police officer.
Hear it. It's starting to piss
Massachusetts State, whatever his fucking title used to be.
me off. It's not cool.
So he wants to get in his lace, but like this dude is disgusting.
Your patriarchy.
Michael Proctor in writing admitting to trying to R his own girlfriend at the time. That's what it's starting to look like. This is unbelievable, folks.
Yeah.
You can't make this stuff up. Some of the best writers in the world couldn't have predicted this.
Well, no one would write this except for maybe Sam Levingston with Euphoria, because what the fuck is that? Okay. Some of these writers, I'm going to need them to check their hard drives and dig up their backyards. Because some of these shows I'm watching, I'm like, who the frick? Then I see it's like some random white dude. I'm like, what? Why does your brain work like that? What the hell is going on?
Michael Proctor Went into Canton High this morning to get a transcript and saw more N-words in 10 minutes than the 4 years I spent there combined. Everywhere I looked, there was monkeys running around. Wanted to ask the woman in the guidance office, where are all the white kids? Where the F are all these N-words come from? Sean Good. Eat a black D-I-C-K. Michael Proctor. That lady was an absolute C-word rag N-word who had it in for me for some reason. Sean Good. Stupid ugly gook. Michael Proctor. Unfortunately, I know Randolph all too well. Place is a complete SHIT hole, filled with N-words, no good N-words. Sean Good. She's a Jew, so definitely puts out. Michael Proctor. Deport their asses. I don't.
They even have stereotypes I've never heard of. She's a Jew. So she definitely puts. I've never even heard that stereotype before. I would just think that was basic slut shaming, but them adding in that she's Jewish and that, and like I've never even heard anything like that.
I don't care if they're here legally or what their excuse was. Effing deport those sand N-words. Sean Good. CHINK tard. Michael Proctor. Detroit should be destroyed along with places like Flint, Michigan. They are breeding grounds for N-words to run wild. Sean Good. Jew effer. Michael Proctor. It should be punch a N-word day in Canton today out of retribution. Any shine you see, blast it in the face.
And that's the one that that's the slur that Runkle was talking about, because I'm like, what's a shine? And he says it harkens back to like shoe shining or something. And like Proctor knows those like deep cut racial slurs. Like that is a sickness. That is fucking so deeply embedded in him. He is just all hate.
Sean Good. N-word. Michael Proctor. All have shrubs between their legs. Michael Proctor. America sucks. Hitler was really onto something. Then the effing US had to step in and ruin it.
That's when he says that Hitler was onto something and then the US had to come in and ruin it.
Actually, it was Russia. The US came in much later.
He doesn't know basic history, Larry. He's an idiot.
But thank you, Michael, for the history lesson. Indeed, throughout the course of their friendship, which dates back to high school, Good and Proctor bonded over the warped prism through which they both view their surroundings and the individuals they encounter in their personal and professional lives. These distorted worldviews were shaped by unimaginable hatred and intolerance through which they dehumanize others, often wishing violence or death upon them, demeaning them, or even suggesting planting evidence on them just to cause them harm.
Right,
Talk about constitutional violations just because you were born in a different country or you're a different color skin or creed or race or sex. In written and recorded audio conversations beginning in 2013, the year MSP hired Proctor, when Good was already an officer with CPD, and for almost a decade later, these two law enforcement officers referred to community members whom they encountered as C-word, fat C-word, real C-word, N-word, dirty N-word, little N-word, stupid ugly G-word, C-word, CHINK, C-tards, SPIC, and Jew chicks. Proctor and Good believed these folks were polluting the neighborhood in which they lived and worked, and where they eventually served. They did more than just subscribe to and act in conformance with their bigotry. They actually memorialized in writing and voice messages to their like-minded friends. Not a few communications. Thousands of them.
Wow,
They
yep.
discussed sharing private nude pictures of women and intentionally, oh God.
I didn't hear this part. I only watched part of Runkles before I had to go live. Oh no. So remember when he was looking at Karen's photo, he go, no nudes yet. And now they shared nudes that they would find in their investigations. Is that what he's saying?
They discussed sharing private nude pictures of women. I'm reading this for the first time, if you can't tell. And intentionally ejaculating on women while they slept.
Tear that place. They need to tear that police department down. Look into every case. Every person who's ever been convicted in that area needs to be retried, reinvestigated. Jesus Christ.
Few protected classes, community members, or public
I didn't get this far. I was already just like, holy shit, this is bad.
figures were spared. Good wrote, Boston Mayor Michelle Wu is a little C-word. The governor can S my D. New England Patriots owner Robert Kraft is a terrible C-word Jew. Anne Franks is a lying C-word. Anne Franks? First of all, I think you mean Anne Frank.
Right. They don't even know her name. Oh my God. And Michael, good luck being outside, Michael Proctor, in the world after this.
The Jewish girl that almost survived the Holocaust by hiding in her neighbor's attic, but unfortunately she was discovered and murdered by the Germans in World War II. But we have her book. She wrote a book, which to this day is taught in schools, and for some reason he has an issue with that. Put simply, they were then and now completely and unquestionably unfit to hold positions of authority with MSP and CPD, much less to play important roles, or in Ms. Reed's case, the primary role in homicide investigations. And despite that CPD had received, reviewed, verified, analyzed some of these messages nearly a year ago, Sergeant Good remained employed with full rank as a sworn police officer by the CPD.
Like this is just, yes, Quinn says every single case, y'all, even traffic. Auntie Bev, she needs to be fucking they all need to be investigated. They all are complicit in this. They all, like, when Karen and her team and everyone in the Free Karen Reed movement talks about corruption, this is what they're talking. When they talk about just like the hate, the injustice, this is next level, and it's right here. And I think the craziest part is having watched that system during the trials defend themselves as if this was some kind of conspiracy theory, as if everyone was crazy to even think that there was corruption and injustice and that these, were bad, crooked cops and a bad, crooked system, knowing that all this existed, and they tried to hide it. And this is why that interview with Karen is even more infuriating, because these fucking dumbass USA Today, or what are they called? Today Show, whatever they are, journalists don't do like even the basic research. Oh my God.
Until 2 days ago. So you see what they've done. They got Sean Good's phone and extracted the messages over a year ago, possibly even longer than that. They may have known about this for over a decade, as far as we know or don't know. But at the end of the day, they've sat on this. They allowed Sean Good to continue as a sergeant with Canton PD, despite 100% knowing this for at least over a year when they've got the text messages, and they still kept him on. So CPD is 100% complicit.
Yes, Michelle. And it makes you think of Sandra Birchmore. It just makes you think of all of the people who have been victims of these monsters and who have not gotten justice because of these hateful, like, disgusting toe dickheads. It's just, and they sat there so indignant. They sat there so self-righteous.
So is the town of Canton. That's why they're being sued. It's very difficult to sue a city and a police department. Generally, they have pretty much absolute immunity from prosecution and from civil culpability, unless you can show an internal pattern of behavior, an internal culture that permeates and poisons its officers and citizenry. If you can show systematic failure, intentional failure to discipline and take action with respect to sergeants like Sergeant Good and the communications he has had with Proctor, etc., and they decided to instead cover it up and hide from it, then you can come after the city itself and you can lift that immunity that they so well enjoy. Because watch this, the next move is going to be very simple. It's going to be a move to argue qualified immunity, or maybe even absolute immunity from civil culpability. And based on everything that I'm reading so far, and we're not even to the really good part yet, where they're going to outline exactly what laws they violated, which you could probably guess. We've kind of alluded to it just now. I don't know if they're going to be able to win on that anymore. There's too much damning evidence. On January 29th, 2022, the MSP and CPD unleashed these two misogynist bigots on Ms. Reed to work on the conflicted and corrupt investigation into the death of Mr. O'Keefe. It did not take long to trigger their hatred and target Ms. Reed. Indeed, Proctor, Good, other police officers in their respective organizations understood the assignment once their fellow cops and friends, Brian and Nicole Albert, Matthew and Jennifer McCabe, and Brian Higgins, referred to as the House defendants in Ms. Reed's pending federal court action, which is also attached, falsely reporting that Mr. O'Keefe never went in the house, even though his face was battered and bruised. He had dog bites and scratches on his arm, and he had a severe laceration on the back of his head that could only have come from a backward fall onto a rigid surface in the house rather than a flat front lawn. Law enforcement began immediately targeting and framing the female outsider, Ms. Reed. As the MSP assigned lead investigator, and without knowing any more about Ms. Reed than she was an outsider and a female, Proctor openly exposed his ossified prejudice when he described her to his group chat buddies as R-word, whack job C-word with no ass, that leaks poo, whom they decided 16 hours later into the investigation had zero chance.
Just an idiot. My God. Who leaks poo? I forgot about that. The leaky balloon nuts. How soon until his wife is going to divorce him? Who lays with this man? And he's got kids. Fucking gross.
Of skating. She is effed, he pronounced. Proctor intended to, quote, make the investigation cut and dry, end quote, so he and his close-knit circles of friends could pin it on the girl.
And everyone said, oh, everyone's crazy. You guys are conspiracy theorists. No way. They wouldn't do this. These guys did a great investigation. Proctor had a great review. Wasn't it Yuri Buchanan, who gave him his review? Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, you guys. And he was like, oh, stellar reviews for Michael Proctor. Oh my God. So this is so systemic. This is so ingrained in the entire organization and the entire community with these guys that, just like Larry said, there's a pattern of behavior. Like no one ever had a chance in this area of getting justice. They're gonna have to dig up every single case, reinvestigate, retry. If only. I can't even imagine how many people are falsely incarcerated, were falsely accused, had evidence planted on them.
Immediately after Ms. Reed's arrest, Good made the same type of sexualized and dehumanizing comment about Ms. Reed's medical condition and physical appearance that he and Proctor peddled in the hallways of their organization on a daily basis. Quote, Jesus, every girl will want a brain tumor, multiple sclerosis, colitis, if you can look like that in yoga pants after killing your boyfriend. Oh, dear God. Meanwhile, as Good pondered Ms. Reed in yoga pants, Proctor seized Ms. Reed's phone and launched immediately into a search of naked pictures of her, only to report back to his colleagues and friends, disappointingly, no nudes so far. But as he wrote to others as the investigation began, he hoped that she would unalive herself. MSP and CPD's investigative approach was born out of Proctor's and Good's perverse and depraved pattern of singling out and vilifying an outsider while protecting the blue line and their families. This was, of course, made more palatable by dehumanizing Ms. Reed. With the help of Good and CPD, Proctor and his colleagues at MSP, including his direct supervisor, Yuri Buchanan, conducted a fundamentally conflicted and corrupt investigation where the goal was to pin it on the girl, and which included rampant violations of policies, procedures, and ethical rules. For example, and as described further below, despite the overwhelming evidence that Mr. O'Keefe was inside the house at 34 Fairview Road, they did not search the home for blood, fingerprints, or DNA evidence. The house was neither processed nor photographed by a forensic criminalist. Indeed, the investigators did not even walk into the crime.
Guys, I can't, just like hearing this, I'm just imagining, like you guys are, like Sashi said, I mean, if you're married to this, unless she's somehow stuck, if I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt in this marriage and she's scared of him or something, or some kind of abusive thing, she's most likely like this too and talks like this. Just imagine if we actually saw, full voice texts and full text messages from like Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Alberts, Brian Higgins. I mean, they pulled some, and then obviously, Brian Higgins got rid of his phone. But is there a way to go back even farther and try to get the records on? I just want to see it, because I just imagine that they're the same way, that all of these people live like this, feel like this, have this kind of hate inside of them. I mean, they're friends with the dude. Fucking gross. Hildy, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, yes, made alive. It's 4:30 here. Love the channel. Thank you, Hildy Norway. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, right. Hot Hammer says, like, where the hell did these boys go to school? Hell? And like Classic Overthinker saying in the chat, unfortunately, this isn't, a singular thing. This is unfortunately the truth for a lot of institutions and a lot of, police departments throughout the country, that this kind of, thought and this kind of hate is prevalent. It's freaking gross. Jewel Rose Love says, like I said, Poopy Proctor constantly said he did a great job and he has no bias, but didn't even stutter. Yes, while knowing these texts exist. That's psychopathic. That's, oh my God. And so normalized there. Feral Progressive says, having worked in law enforcement for a short time, I can confirm this is the norm. I mean, we saw this with, Furman and, I'm just trying to think of like a very prolific big trial, like the OJ trial, and to see like this just like blatant hate from the officers. Oh my gosh. Alabama Amy says Proctor is just the face of this office. Exactly. He's just a symptom. So we can't just stop with him. Yep. This goody goods name needs to be said with Proctor every single time. Sean the Towhead, we got to say it too. Oh, freaking gross.
Scene house until a week later, and then only for a pro forma visit and a brief interview of Nicole Albert. No effort was made to secure evidence from the Albert's German Shepherd, even though Mr. O'Keefe's
justice for Chloe
body was found in the front yard with fresh and obvious dog bites and scratches on his right arm. Nor did Proctor, Buchanan, or their MSP colleagues conduct any physical examination of the House defendants or attempt to seize their phones. The investigators did not attempt to secure the crime scene, document evidence, collect biological material, videotape or record interviews, take DNA control samples, geolocate digital devices at the scene, collect electronic devices, secure surveillance footage, create a crime scene log, or maintain even the most basic chain of custody in accordance with well-established investigative protocol. There it is again, folks, an underlining and highlighting of everything that was not done that should have been done at the outset. Why? To protect Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matthew McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, and Brian Higgins, also known as the House defendants. Worse yet, with the help of others at both MSP and CPD, Proctor and Buchanan manufactured evidence to ensure that Ms. Reed was blamed for Mr. O'Keefe's death, intentionally diverting attention away from Proctor's friends and fellow law enforcement officers. This included planting evidence at the scene on Mr. O'Keefe's clothes.
Remember when they had to have Proctor's friend read his text, because Proctor had to read his own text in the first trial, and then the second trial they had his friend, and his friend's like, I don't want to say these words. It's like, bitch, you were in the group text. Like, I don't see any text from you saying, hey, don't say that, don't talk like that. So now when you got an audience, he was like, oh, I have standards. Not in the group text. You were freely all there. You didn't tell him there was anything wrong with his behavior or what he was saying. But then when, he had to read it out in public, he's like, I can't say these words. It's like, yeah, you can. I bet you say all those words. So shut up. Sleuth in Sandals, thank you for the 5. Says, summer soap. Yes, we're going to need it after this. Love this show, Joe. Thank you, Sleuth in Sandals. We're all going to need to, I'm going to need to take like 3 baths, okay? Sage myself, sage everywhere I go forever after this. Oh, good. Yeah, they're all complicit. And then they pretend to be like, that's what he said. I didn't say that. Yeah, in your group chat. You seem to be fine with it. You never spoke up before.
On Ms. Reed's vehicle to support the House defendant's false narrative that Ms. Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, notwithstanding that the investigators knew Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were inconsistent with motor vehicle strike and consistent with a physical altercation and a dog attack. Among other failures, MSP's and CPD's delegation of power. Here it is. So now we're narrowing in on the 2 main defendants in this case, right? Massachusetts State Police and Canton Police Department. Among other failures, MSP's and CPD's delegation of power and authority to those as biased, corrupt, and bigoted as Proctor and Good led to Ms. Reed being wrongfully accused of homicide for 3.5 years, subjected to suspicion, 2 arrests, 2 prosecutions and public trials, and public condemnation. Indeed, with the exercise of ordinary care, both MSP and CPD would have known that Proctor, Good, and others were unfit for service from the beginning. Incredibly, Proctor himself acknowledged this fact in 2017 after 4 years on the job, telling his friends, I have no idea how I passed the background. Unbelievable. Now, after being twice acquitted of all charges relating to Mr. O'Keefe's death, Ms. Reed brings this action to recover for and address MSP's and CPD's actions, inactions, and negligent failure to ensure that justice was sought and served in the aftermath of January 29th, 2022. To be clear, however, this complaint transcends Ms. Reed's personal and actionable grievance. Rather, it is a clarion call for reform and accountability. Cloaked with the emblem of authority, MSP and CPD and their employees, Procter Good and others, betrayed their sworn commitment to uphold the law. Their prejudices undermine our very democratic principles in wielding the great force of government over those who are vulnerable and powerless. MSPs and CPD's cultures of intolerance hidden from the public, but in plain sight within these organizations, cannot stand unchallenged. MSP and CPD are culpable and must confront the consequences of their institutional negligence. I mean, my God, think about it. Yeah. CPD knew about all of this. Procter was shocked that he passed the background check. He didn't himself understand how it happened. He was hired by an agency that is going to allow this bigotry and misogyny and racism and everything else to be permeated and perpetrated right under their noses. You want to tell me that they had absolutely no idea? Please. There is no way. It's not possible. No. That's why this lawsuit is happening. And even if, let's say, let's pretend for a second that they didn't know until like 2024 or 2025, then still they should have taken action immediately upon discovery. They failed to do that. They let the internal investigation of MSP fire Procter. They didn't do anything with respect to helping out in any capacity. Yes, I know they're a different agency, but that's not the point. They could have assisted, but no, they have to protect their own. They have to protect Good and all the others. And of course, we don't have any of the text messages between many of the House defendants because their phones have been destroyed. Brian Albert's phone destroyed. Brian Higgins' phone destroyed. I'm sorry.
These people are so fucking corrupt. It's just a reminder, you know, you go along in your life and so much stuff is happening in the world and you kind of, you know, you go, okay, yeah. And then you're just reminded by all of this, you know, you put it a little farther back. You know, we got a lot, we're all juggling. And then you're like, oh yeah, they're all despicable. And all the McAlberts are out here acting like they're harmed somehow, going after Karen Reed, going after Turtle Boy, acting like they ever had a good reputation to begin with, allegedly. You know, with all of this out there and their behavior, you know, it's another situation where these people are just behaving and their patterns of behavior are so sus and disgusting. And, you know, just like you can even bring it back to the Trishas and the Laurens of the world. And then they want to act like they're being defamed by their own actions. Like, what the fuck?
No one would want to stop that ugly bitch.
And they're out there just acting as though like we need justice. And they do their little interviews where they all sit shoulder to shoulder protecting. Can you imagine what a fucking racist Colin is, allegedly? What a misogynist piece of shit that little dude is, who catches himself in a fall on his knuckles. Can you, I mean, I'm just speculating, imagining that he must be horrendous.
Allegedly.
And it's just generation after generation, these bigots keep raising bigger bigots. It's like we don't need that. Like, we never needed them, but they just keep procreating and they keep spreading this hate, and it affects everyone's justice and everyone's well-being. It's just fucking gross. I'm so tired of these people. Oh shit, I rewound on accident. Fuck. Oh God. Get me back, Larry. Get me back. Let's get back to Brad Pitt. Yes. Oh God.
You're despicable.
Yucky.
CPD on notice of Procter's and Good's institutional power, authority, and access to illegally obtain information about women he encountered in his daily life, writing in 2015, quote, haha, can't wait to look this C word up tonight at work. MSP and CPD found Staunton Police Department had been abusing her when she was a minor. After federal she's sending you nudes, send them. Units do the bunks. Asks for everyone's favorite race to bang, Middle Eastern flapjack.
Jesus Christ.
To get a transcript.
Cheese and rice. What are we going to do with these dudes? Cheese and motherfucking rice. What the fudge sickle?
And committing sex crimes against women. He has no stranger near people. And he was part of the Massachusetts State Police. Fat twat. Proctor's
Jesus.
views even far back, i.e. the texts from Good and Proctor.
How do they have time to do anything else? Okay, he was just finishing up, I think, reading this.
County Superior.
Thank you, Shannon. Welcome to the membership. This is insane.
I make money move.
I mean, obviously, it's not shocking because they're garbage people, but my God. Hybrid, thank you so much, Hybrid Pisces, for the 10. Says, I came for the Lauren laughs months ago and stayed for everything you stand for. That has been illuminated via current events ever since. Never changed. Lovely. Thanks, Hybrid Pisces. I appreciate that.
Court on November 17th, 2025. The pleading contains all of the alleged facts sufficient to establish all claims against all parties. However, the town of Canton PD and MSP refused to waive the 6-month presentment period, and by the time the presentment period expired, the House defendants had removed Ms. Reed's Superior Court complaint to federal court, where it is now pending. Because the Massachusetts State Police enjoys immunity from federal court jurisdiction, Ms. Reed cannot add these claims to the pending federal court action. Therefore, although Ms. Reed now brings this action separately in Bristol County Superior Court, relying on many of the same factual allegations already asserted, rather than set forth those same facts here again, Ms. Reed simply refers to and incorporates them by reference. Remember, the lawsuit that was filed in November that we went over back then includes a lot of these claims against the town of Canton and MSP, but now they can revive them because the 6-month presentment period gets reset when new information gets discovered, i.e. the texts from Good and Proctor.
Nice. I'm glad. I wish these texts would have came out sooner. Moonage Supernova, thanks for the 4.99. Says, my ex-BF was incarcerated before I met him. Some of his buddies were serving life sentences on little to no evidence. Biased cops are the norm. It is just, it's like you got to go in everywhere and reinvestigate. But it's like, and then who do you trust to do that? Since it's so systemic, like, who do you trust? I feel like an idiot, even contemplating how to tackle these issues. Oh, Jesus.
I'll be very interested to see if they're going to move for race judicata or
race judicata. What is that?
Essentially double jeopardy. Procter & Good's reservoir of vituperation fed by their staggering prejudices and the extent to which they are willing to pass judgment on others based solely on gender, race, religion, sexual orientation, and apparent from each of their contributions to the cesspool of hatred, of abject hatred, reflects in their group chats and email chains with their friends, beginning in 2013. Below is a selection of those messages sent by Proctor. Even during MSP's hiring process, Michael Proctor could not contain his bigoted views. On February 26, 2013, Proctor wrote to his friends, quote, "Hey, dick, just wanted to give you two a heads up that you guys may get a call from a state trooper named Scott Cooper who is doing my background check. Don't know who far back they are going to go with this stuff, but didn't want to have this guy catch you off guard." So he was warning his buddies that somebody's going to call and they need to not tell the truth. Proctor's friends responded, "No problem. But what are we supposed to say? Last time the Boston Police Department lady was grilling me for the exact dates as to when and how long you lived in Brighton, how we paid rent, to who, etc. Anything specific we should be aware of?" He responded, "That lady was an absolute C-word, rag, N-word who had it in for Bear," referring to himself in the third person by his nickname Bear in his friend's chat group. "I talked to this guy for a half an hour today and I would be shocked he pulled the same crap, S-word, as her just from how she acted with me on the phone." Apparently, MSP did not pull the same S-word as BPD, who did not hire him during these interviews because MSP hired Proctor. It hired him at the time Proctor was constantly sharing countless messages with his friends and other law enforcement officers that illustrate the extreme and aggressive prejudices and biases he held against women, people of color, the LGBT community, and others. I'm
so tired of these bitches not remembering they work for us. They work for the people. And they're out here just acting like they can do whatever they want and be whole ass criminals. Oh, God.
Views even polluted his thinking about MSP's hierarchy and leadership. Quote, "If that person is black, they'll probably make him the next colonel of the state police." Much of Proctor's aggression and hatred, however, was directed at women. In fact, from the time he was hired at MSP through the time he began an investigation of Ms. Reed, Proctor shared countless messages with his friends about his perspectives on women, discussing a sexual partner not wanting to be ejaculated on. Yeah, that's when you whack off on her while she's asleep. Then tell her one way or other you will spray a rope on her.
You're despicable.
I just only recently heard that term rope. Men aren't lonely enough. Men aren't scared enough. Men aren't hurt enough. I'm telling you. Fuck. Bring in the bears. Bring in the bears.
What? Fat twat. Giant malignant. See you next Tuesday. I pray to the heavens that some effed up insect from the Amazon crawls up her vagina, hatches eggs, and the litter kills her by eating her from the inside out. Micromanage isn't even the word of this twat bag. I want to shove a crowbar up her a-hole and let a rat crawl.
Michael Proctor, you're the fucking devil, bro. Oh my God. This guy is disgusting. And that's like, doesn't even say what he really is. I don't even know if there's words for what he is. If you're thinking of subhuman, you know, subhuman gets thrown out a lot. Ron, take note. This is subhuman. Okay? Not someone taking off their shoes in a bar at CrimeCon 2025 in front of Laura Mathias. This is subhuman.
In there. My God. This man should not be near people. And
no, none of them should.
He was part of the Massachusetts State Police Force.
Maybe they should just use, is Epstein Island open? Put all those dudes there, lock them up on Epstein Island or something. They'd probably just shoot ropes on each other. Oh my God, I don't even know.
For over a decade, folks. Over a decade. Oh, it gives me chills. That will turn into me jacking off on her as she sleeps. So he's also a complete sexual deviant, committing.
Imagine the amount of women he's assaulted, like sexually assaulted.
Sex crimes against women. He has no stranger to that.
And yeah, someone put in the chat, like, and these men want their pensions. Fuck you. You don't get shit. We're taking it all. We're taking it all. You got to pay restitution to every woman, every person of color, every Jewish person. Like, you got to pay.
No surprise. Thick pigs, discussing specific sexual acts and the need to potentially get at it while she's asleep. Again, which is SA. Discussing needing a roofie or something to find a sexual partner. How is this guy not in prison? Because he became a cop. Otherwise, he would have long.
I'm telling you, one of the worst individuals I've ever met in my life through junior high and high school became a Minneapolis police officer. Like one of the most deplorable dudes I've ever encountered. And when I found that out, and he's like, I looked him up within the past couple of years, and he's, I guess, kind of decorated. Why are dudes like people like this drawn to? I mean, I know, you know, positions of power, but like the police, it's.
Since been in prison. Quote, ain't gonna happen. She will pass out at 9 and I will stay up until midnight drinking and watching movies. I could swoop in for the kill when she is asleep though. Pigs I have stuffed. Part of like jacking off is to do it on an absolute pig, not some Brazilian smoke show top 12 model.
Sir, you couldn't get a negative 12. What is he talking about?
You want a filthy pig that you just do dirty things to. Give me some thick girls with some meat so you can just S on. Referring to an overweight woman as a disgrace, absolute pig, and a C word. During the same time frame, Proctor also prolifically messaged his friends about his similar hatred of Black, Asian, Hispanic, Arab, and Jewish people. The multi-car accident, let those N-words die that we covered in the beginning. Literally hate 99% of the people I meet, see, and deal with. Dudes went into Canton High this morning to get a transcript. Wait, I'm so in shock.
We need a break. We need a break. Oh
Let's
my
get
God.
back to Brad Pitt.
Sooner Girl says, oh, wow, this is the first I've heard of this. No wonder the look on the lawyer you know is, wait, no, LYT. Which one's LYT? Today, he said, I'll leave it on the screen if y'all want to read it. There's so many. There's so many. It's one of those things where it just makes you like physically ill. And he had access to so many women. He had access to so many people. And was the point that stood between them getting justice and them not getting justice. Not to mention, you know, the number of assaults I can only imagine that this dude is responsible for. M says, same here, Joleen. Worked in a camping store with a guy who was a serious psycho and he became a cop. Growing up, one of the guys who was just horrific. And looking back on it as an adult, knowing that he's a police officer, I was like, oh, Jesus. Shannon, thank you so much for the 2. Shannon says, they're corrupt evil. Makes me afraid for my children. I mean, I don't blame you. I wish I had more hopeful words, but these people are, this is gross. And like Quinn says, Doo-Doo Ron, cover this. Cover this, Doo-Doo Ron. You and your cop friends, cover this. Is this normal, Doo-Doo Ron, while you're calling women subhuman for making tiki-takis? Why don't you cover something that is important and matters, since you've never come back and apologized for the stuff you guys said about Christina to push forth Lauren Matthias's lies? Why don't you cover this? Wasn't Doo-Doo Ron wrong on the Karen Reed case the first time around? Wasn't he on the Karen Reed is guilty, even though he, someone said even though he's good friends with Melanie Little, and if he even watched Melanie Little's content, she killed it covering this. She was, I mean, he would have everything he needed to know about that case. I don't understand how those two dum-dums have that many subscribers and they're so stupid. Doo-Doo Diaper Ron and the father of daughters. I mean, of course.
This is really heavy stuff.
Yeah.
And saw more N-words in 10 minutes than the 4 years I spent there combined. Everywhere I looked, there was monkeys running around. Wanted to ask the woman in the guidance office, where are all the white kids? Where the F are all these little N-words coming from? Discussing a college football game. You notice that N-words headband from A&M said something like, #cash me out. Would have been nice if they were still our slaves. Then I wouldn't have to go pick up Bertucci's. Hey, N-word, go fetch Bear his wings and pizza. This is an actual human being. You can't call him a human being.
No,
he's
not.
I don't know what word is left to describe him. Honestly, he's one of the most subhuman individuals.
Thank you.
I think we have ever had the displeasure of covering on this channel. Jesus, that place was a dump. Smelled like N-word and cigarettes. Another plane was brought back to the gate because of 2 sand N-words speaking Arabic, and people on the same plane were freaked out and had them kicked off. If an American pulled some terrorist act in the Middle Eastern country, they would have had their heads chopped off in the middle.
They're not even chopped off here. Look at January 6th. Look at the insurrection. They want to reward them. Shut up. These guys are so, not only are they subhuman, but they're fucking stupid and willfully ignorant and uneducated. I cannot.
Of the closest major city for all the citizens to see and cheer on. Instead, this person will get lethal injection in a secluded federal prison and be viewed as a hero to all the sand N-words around the world. Word up, dudes. Been just crushing business crap today. S-word. Actually, not really. Just been dipping and trying to make sense of what the G word next to me is.
Who raised these fucking monsters? Someone in the chat asked, I wonder if any of their parents are alive and have to hear the words of their grown sons. I mean, you have to like this kind of hate. That's learned. That's learned ass shit. That goes deep. That's like I'm saying, generations and generations of bigots keep being born. Keep being, nature versus nurture, combination of the both, just a bigger bigot. It's like his sister, someone said in the chat, remember, it's like, my sister's my best friend. She's an asshole. They're all assholes. This is how this man talks, so casually. He talks to everyone like that. That can only lead me to assume they all talk like that. Miss Mojo Risen, thank you for the $4.99. Says every single case that resulted in a guilty verdict and prison needs to be reopened or thrown out. This is like a mess. Everything they've ever done needs to be reopened. Exactly.
Saying deport their asses. I don't care if they're here legally, and what their excuse was. Effing deport those sand N-words. The NBA is god awful and is an effing joke. These super teams and the refs are ruining the league. Plus, it's all N-words. All I have to say about Hernandez is stupid.
You know who's ruining the league? Scott Foster. It's a white guy. And he's a fucking official. And this is like, he's officiated like 27 NBA final games and he sucks. That's why they call him the extender. All right? Like, he doesn't even know sports. He's a fucking idiot.
S word, SPIC. This is how effing stupid she is. We got a new intern. Kid is a complete lemon D word who has been there 1 week. She drags him into her office and asks him for advice on how to bring the group closer together. There are 4 people who the rest of us hate, and it's obvious. 3 out of 4 are Asian. Surprise, surprise. Wouldn't mind being.
I mean, nobody gets off. Like, he hates it. If you're not a straight white male and look like a fucking toe, he hates you. And it's a deep hate that he wants, like, you to die. Just like he said about Karen. Just like he said about bug crawling up the cooters of the See You Next Tuesdays.
Being a N-word for the day, just pop open a fire hydrant and suck down a few 40-ounce while listening to some Naughty by Nature. N-word cops. Too many Jews
Okay, moldy oldie. First of all, don't insult Naughty by Nature. Don't even bring them into this. You sicko. Oh my God.
Aaron discussing a graphic movie called Blackjack City, and was nothing but fat N-words getting pounded out with huge runny flapjack breasts. TITS. Obviously, I can't watch a black dude F a white chick. Randolph is filled with N-words, no good N-words. Sand N-word, G-word, N-word movie. I wouldn't rush. I heard an N-word was involved. We could use them N-words as dartboards. So he's willing to just commit awful crimes against people just because of the color of their skin and because they're not white like him. What a racist bigot. Recommending a movie theater because there are no N-words. Discussing his first arrest and saying it was a effing immigrant who is going back to Guatemala. I haven't shot anyone, but I did pull a N-word over today for tossing a cigarette out the window. Eat a D Ghana. Let's enslave those N-words. My car needs a cleaning. I would rather deal with the R word at Starbucks than the R word Brazilians at Dunks. Asks for everyone's favorite race to bang. Middle Eastern would be asinine. Sand N-word. Discussing Jewish people from Sharon, and stating we should really keep them in a concentration camp. I went to this cobbler to have my a-hole stretch so I could fit Black Hog in it and asked if they do boots too. In addition to these horrific statements.
I'm sorry, what? I went to this cobbler to have, what's a cobbler? Like the dessert? To have my butthole stretch so I could fit. What the fuck? Did you ever notice that it's like that Chud the Builder guy? They found out he was like getting like pegged. And I think he was getting pegged by a black trans man or something. And he was always talking about a black man's genitalia. And he's out there just being all racist and stuff, like white stuff. But then he wants to get like taken to town. This is like some Sons of Anarchy meets Sopranos meets Hell meets the KKK meets a book written by J.D. Vance meets Hitler in Secret Hell. What the fuck? But they always, these men, these like racist white men, they always want to have sex with black men. There seems to be like a common theme here. It's really strange. They all want to get like, oh my God, Sooner Girl, thank you for joining. I'm sorry, I'm just like,
now I make money move.
I know, I'm sweating. My cheeks are hot. Just some really effed up shit. Yes, that's a good point. This normal idol mom says Melanie Little has always said Karen's case is the tip of the iceberg. She's correct. She is. So people who don't take it seriously or think people are a bunch of conspiracy theorists are not paying attention. And they're willfully putting their heads in the sand. Because this case is about something so much bigger and that affects all of us. Unless you're a Klan member with a tiki torch like Michael Proctor. Right? That's exactly, Scorpio. This makes OJ cops look like angels. Holy shit. Ugh.
Statements indicating the.
I'm just glad we can get through this with Larry. Okay? Because I knew I couldn't be reading all this. Like, I need to understand it. I need like a legal mind, and then we can process it because I had no idea it was this much. I just watched a little bit of Runkle and I watched him struggle. And I'm like, oh, geez, this must be pretty bad. I saw Emily D. Baker was going over it. Like everyone's going over it.
Extent to which he believed those with backgrounds and characteristics similar to him, white male, were superior to others, women, non-white. Proctor also wasn't
I
shocked.
think the least superior people always think they're the most superior. Like you look at the Proctors and the Sean Goods and you're like, no, that's bottom of the barrel.
About his other proclivities that made him patently unfit for service, including that more than once Proctor discussed planting coke on people and shoving a nightstick up someone's ass.
Again, you're going to have to reinvestigate all this shit. Where did they even start? Auntie Bev, what do you have to say now? What do you have to say about this in your area? All the things you seemingly tried to hide with this case.
Proctor,
the outsiders,
recognized his inadequacy in 2017, writing that he had, quote, no idea how he passed the background, although he did explain that MSP, quote, detective units do the background checks for applicants. They allowed a girl into the next academy who admitted to using cocaine and ecstasy and recently used those drugs. Messages sent by Good now. CBD Sergeant Good was no more discreet about his own biased and deranged views. Like Proctor, and while a CPD officer, Good regularly referred to and discussed women in venomous ways. See you next Tuesday, fat C-word, real C-word, effing C-word, biggest C-word, calling Michelle Wu, Boston mayor, little C-word, and wait, she's sending you nudes? Send them. If Lisa would let me see her cans and actually take a photo of them, I would send them. We are family here. He also displayed the same racial and religious supremacist viewpoints as Proctor, which, like his misogyny, impacted how he viewed the members of the public he encountered on a regular basis as a police officer. Among others, Good sent these messages while he was a CPD officer, referring to Robert Kraft as a terrible C-word Jew, N-word, can't deal with the G-words, G-word land, Jews controlled the election, she's a Jew so she definitely puts out, the Jew chick, stupid ugly G-word, Jew effer, eat a black D, eat an Asian D, C-H-I-N-K, very Jewy, G-word, C-H-I-N-K tard, noisy little Jew dweeb. Is that a Jew or a black? Never understood whiny Jew humor, Jew sympathizers, Anne Frank's aligned C-word, kikes. Now, how are the blacks down there? Very blacky? Good also shared similar disdain for homosexual members of the community in Canton and elsewhere, referring to them repeatedly as F-word, homos, and COCK suckers. Like Proctor, Good exhibited more in these messages than just his bias and hate. He also showed that he lacks the basic discretion and neutrality required of a police officer deputized to protect and serve all members of the community, regardless of skin color and ethnicity, gender, religious beliefs, and or sexual orientation. As just one example, in 2022, as an 18-year-old veteran of CPD, Good shared his views in writing on Sandra Birchmore, a young woman who...
I can't even. Oh my God. 18 years. Imagine the damage this guy was able to do in 18 years. 18 years. This behavior, the way they talk, this hate was well known. It was accepted. It was encouraged. Oh my God. Yes, right, Melissa? Karen wasn't exaggerating at all. But they tried to make it look like they're, oh God, no, these guys are great guys and you're going after the police. Come here, baby. And no way. Oh, fuck. It's crazy. Sarah Crossbody. Hi, Sarah Crossbody says, I think that officer they referenced was someone Aiden wrote about, then later started hooking up with. What officer? Because wasn't there like an ex-wife of somebody or something? Right? I meant exactly. Will imagine hating Anne Frank. It's because they can't read. They're like illiterate or something. They're mad. Oh my God. Kelly Kell says, to be fair to Trisha, I did find that she really took out a civil stalking injunction on Greg. He has a rough history, so this one might be true. Yeah. We'll see. We'll check on that after this. Amy says she knows who you're talking about. But I can't remember her name. Oh boy. Yes, nonchalant hatred. This guy, like he just,
tragically died the year before in Canton, and whose death was initially ruled a suicide until federal authorities discovered that multiple officers from neighboring town Stoughton Police Department had been abusing her when she was a minor. After federal authorities investigated, they charged a former Stoughton police officer with her murder, and her death is now classified as a homicide at the federal level. The Norfolk County DA's office early this year changed her death from to undetermined. Against this backdrop, Good told his friends that chick was borderline R-word. Good also helped his friends avoid repercussions for what appears to have been the regular practice of driving drunk. Quote, sobriety checkpoint on 138 by the trail side tonight. Please stay away tonight. Can't help you if you get caught. Too many troopers and Milton PD. Keep this info between us. So they're protecting each other, letting each other know where the...
And it's just a community of drunk drivers. All these people, all these officers, the McAlberts, they're a bunch of drunk drivers. And it was something that they seem to do regularly. They have like a blatant disregard for everyone's lives except for their own.
Checkpoints are so that they can avoid them, so they can go to the bar, get loaded, and get home without getting caught. He apparently relished his ability to use his institutional power, authority, and access to illegally obtain information about women he encountered in his daily life, writing in 2015, quote, haha, can't wait to look this C-word up tonight at work. MSP and CPD knew or should have known about Procter & Good's bigotry. Procter & Good's biases, bigotry, and personal histories were known or should have been known to MSP and CPD when they hired, trained, promoted, and supervised them. Not only were the MSP and CPD on notice of Procter & Good's troubling views and intolerant attitude toward various members of the community, they were sworn to protect and serve during the underlying investigation of Mr. O'Keefe's death. But Procter's supervisors knew Procter had a close relationship with the Alberts, and that Procter made no secret of his bias against Ms. Reed, demonstrating a clear prejudice against her from the outset. Yeah. For its part, CPD refused to acknowledge its role in this debacle of an investigation or recognize the significant flaws in its hiring, training, and supervising practices, illustrated by Good's continued role as a sergeant for the CPD until 2 days ago, when, upon information and belief, CPD was informed by MSP's counsel that this complaint would soon be filed. Helpful right to the end, CPD then permitted Good to resign 2 days before the filing of this complaint rather than firing him, and thus saving him from the reputational and financial implications of being terminated for cause. And this is probably what's going to help lift this immunity, whatever type of immunity they're going to try and claim, that they were complicit and actively participated in protecting their own rather than protecting the public. As for MSP, both before and during the Procter-led investigation, his immediate supervisor, Buchanan, provided his annual employment reviews, true to form. Despite knowing firsthand the extent of Procter's unlawful conduct, bias, and bigotry, Buchanan repeatedly and falsely wrote that, quote, Procter has handled himself with the utmost professionalism and with strict integrity.
Look at Larry.
Really, Buchanan. And confirmed that they had successfully discussed MSP's policies concerning anti-harassment, sexual harassment, and discrimination and diversity, among others. Other times, the MSP simply looked the other way. For example, in February 2024, 4 months before Ms. Reed's first trial.
Terry, the G word is an Asian slur that they use. That's what I took it as, because I think Larry early on kind of pronounced it. So it's an Asian racial slur.
The MSP was aware they had a problem specifically related to Ms. Reed's case. The Department of Justice had begun investigating the investigators, and on February 1st questioned Procter in a grand jury proceeding about text messages he wrote in which he called Ms. Reed a C-word, among other bigoted comments the Department of Justice found. Procter was also questioned about his text at 11 p.m. on January 29th, 2022, that House defendant Brian Albert would escape scrutiny in the investigation because he's a Boston cop too. Further, Procter was confronted at his grand jury about text from Julie Albert to his sister, Courtney Procter, asking to give Procter a gift for some implied favor he did for the Alberts during their interviews for the case. On February 4th, 2024, Procter had a meeting and told the highest level of leadership at the MSP, Colonel John E. Maughan, recently retired, Lieutenant Brian Connors, recently retired, and Major Leonard Coppernath, active, about his testimony to the Department of Justice, including his text messages. They did not terminate him, did not immediately ask for his phone, and did not immediately investigate his bigotry. They knew it existed and where to find it, but they didn't want to, at least until Ms. Reed's trial was over. Indeed, they tried to hide it from Ms. Reed in the public, despite initiating an internal affairs investigation in early March 2024, before the jury in Ms. Reed's first criminal trial was ever impaneled. It was not until Ms. Reed's defense counsel found out about these messages and then used them during the public trial that MSP concluded it couldn't ignore this any longer. MSP proceeded to falsely claim that it only became aware of the messages during the defense's cross-examination and finally terminated Procter. While Internal Affairs, MSP's Office of Professional Integrity and Accountability, OPIA, launched a probe led by Detective Lieutenant Kevin Dwyer to investigate Procter's lewd text messages regarding Ms. Reed, the MSP inexplicably assigned 2 non-OPIA troopers.
You know who would marry him? Racists. Racist women. That's who would marry him. Women who hate other women. Women with internalized misogyny. That's who would marry him. I mean, unless she is being, you know, held in that marriage due to some kind of abuse, that's who would marry these fuckers. Oh, thanks for the updates. We have one like positive thing in the chat as you guys are updating about the game. It's currently tied with 2 minutes left.
Major Benson and Captain Barrios to perform cursory and brief interviews of the Proctors and Alberts, inquiring about their personal relationships with one another. The Proctors and Alberts were not confronted with any texts or social media posts depicting their decades-long family-like bond. No outside witnesses were interviewed, no cell phones were seized, no evidence was presented. It was just reasonably foreseeable, but nearly certain, that MSP's and the CPD's failure to use ordinary care in selecting to whom they would impart power would result in members of the public being targeted and severely impacted by officers and troopers' elemental shortcomings. Put differently, the biased and corrupt investigation that harmed Ms. Reed was the natural consequence of MSP and CPD hiring and promoting biased and corrupt law enforcement officers. In line.
So she did leave him, Amy. Amy said, well, she's left his ass now. That's Proctor's wife. Rumor has it she's gone back to her maiden name, according to Aiden. That sounds kind of familiar now. Like maybe I did know that and I just forgot. Or maybe I didn't know. I don't know. Maybe I feel bad if we've talked about that and you're like, Jolene, we talked about it. But I can't. Ugh, yuck. Yuck.
Their barely concealed willingness to dehumanize and condemn people, coupled with their readiness to ignore and overlook objective evidence, Proctor and Good began the investigation against the female outsider with bias and prejudice, fueled by their bigotry. So not only were they corrupt and connected to the House defendants, their own personal biases created this soup of hatred and corruption that permeated both jury trials and started with the investigation into Karen Reed. So we already knew about the connections, but now we know even more about the bigotry, the hatred, the anti-Semitism, misogyny, racism, etc. by these two. This is
so much.
So heavy to read, folks.
It's so heavy, you guys. I'm going to take a quick break. Let the dogs out to TT. Smash that like, sound off in the live chat. JoJo chats are also open, and the link is pinned. I will be right back, and we'll play Don't Be a Dick until I come back.
Don't be a dick. You're being a real dick. Stop being a dick. You're being a dick. Don't be a dick. That's what you're being right now. You need to stop, check yourself, and calm the fuck down. Don't be a dick. You're being a real dick. Stop being a dick. You're being a dick. The things that you do, you're obviously very hurt, and that's why I think that you're a big fucking jerk. Don't be a dick. You're being a real dick. Stop being a dick. You're being a dick. Don't be a dick. You're being a real dick. Stop being a dick. You're being a dick. Don't be a dick. That's what you're being right now. You need to stop, check yourself, and calm the fuck down. Don't be a dick. You're being a real dick. Stop being a dick. You're being a dick. The things that you do, you're obviously very hurt, and that's why I think that you're a big fucking Stop being a dick. You're being a dick. Don't be a dick. That's what you're being right now. You need to stop, check yourself, and calm the fuck down. Don't be a dick. You're being a real dick. Stop being a dick. You're being a dick. With the things that you.
All right, we're back. We're back. We had a little don't be a dick. I think I got Proctor on there. He's been on there since day one. A picture of him as one of the deeks. Rightfully so. All right. Let's watch a little bit more. I don't know. Put in the chat. You guys want to finish this? Or should we just watch a little more and then bail? Because I think I get the gist. Ugh.
This is so much.
We are very close to the end. Shout out to Larry. I linked his channel if you're not already subscribed in the description. And I dropped the link in the chat for his channel in this video.
After Procter & Good launched a biased and corrupt investigation, other police officers followed suit and caused harm to Ms. Reed. At the start of the investigation, others in MSP and CPD also contributed to the unlawful investigation that stripped Ms. Reed of her constitutional rights. MSP and CPD are liable for the negligent hiring, training, and supervision. And those are the key words. This is how you strip a city and a police department of their immunity, by saying that they negligently hired, trained, and supervised of these other officers whose wrongful acts also contributed to the harm suffered by Ms. Reed, specifically as described in the amended complaint in the federal court against Proctor, Buchanan, Brian Tolley, and the House defendants. MSP's and CPD's employees' wrongful acts include, but are not limited to, they were propelled by the House defendants' false statements, including that Mr. O'Keefe, quote, never went into the House, end quote. They failed to investigate any theory other than seeking to singularly focus on Ms. Reed to the exclusion of all other available evidence. They ignored that Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a physical altercation and dog attack, and that no injuries were consistent with a vehicle strike. They intentionally sidestepped or wholly ignored fundamental investigatory procedures. They disregarded and failed to obtain pertinent interviews and other critical evidence from the House defendants that cannot now be recovered or recreated. Through Proctor, they secretly communicated with the Alberts on Proctor's personal phone, deliberately back-channeling those communications to circumvent his state-issued device and use Proctor's sister as a surrogate. They manufactured evidence to ensure that Ms. Reed, not their friends and fellow law enforcement officers, was blamed for Mr. O'Keefe's death, including planting evidence at the scene, such as the taillight pieces, and Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, and on Ms. Reed's vehicle to support the false narrative, like the glass on the back of her vehicle, to support the false narrative that Ms. Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, even though they knew Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were inconsistent with a motor vehicle strike, inconsistent with a physical altercation and a dog attack, and they expressly encouraged flagrant abuses of power. Armed with the fruits of this fundamentally flawed and biased investigation, the Norfolk County DA's office proceeded to prosecute Ms. Reed for murder, resulting in 2 juries rejecting the Commonwealth's charges and Ms. Reed losing her career, home, car, livelihood, and reputation. As Greg Connor, a 25-year veteran prosecutor in that office who is now seeking the role of district attorney, recently said of the Commonwealth's murder charge, quote, "The reach exceeded the grasp." And, quote, "I don't think there was another DA office in Massachusetts that wanted to prosecute Karen Reed." Now, here's what they're suing for. Count 1, negligence. MSP is the statewide law enforcement agency and maintains investigative, tactical, and support units throughout the Commonwealth. This is against MSP. MSP owed a duty of care to members of the public within the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. They had a duty to exercise reasonable care to make sure that MSP troopers do not cause foreseeable harm to a foreseeable class of plaintiffs, including but not limited to members of the public with whom they interact in the course of their duties. And that duty includes, without limitation, the duty to adequately hire, train, supervise, and retain to avoid foreseeable harm to members of the public with whom the troopers interact. In particular, the officers that MSP hires, trains, supervises, promotes, and retains are required to comply with the law as well as adhere to a written code of ethics established and promulgated by MSP that expressly includes, among other things, the duty to respect the diversity and be sensitive to all people, accept responsibility to the public by being punctual in our engagement and expeditious in our performance of duty, regard the office as a public trust, and in the discharge of duties, be mindful of our primary obligation to serve the public efficiently and effectively, administer the law in a just, impartial, and reasonable manner, affording the same reasonable treatment to all cases, recognizing the limitations of its authority, and at no time using the power of its office for personal advantage, be true to its obligations as custodians of public property, never diminishing its integrity or limiting its effectiveness by accepting gratuities or favors from persons, businesses, corporations, or other entities, cooperate fully with other public officials to assure the safety and general welfare of the public, refrain from allowing jealousies or personal differences to influence its ability to cooperate with others in its official business, add to its effectiveness by enhanced training, diligent study, and sincere attention to self-improvement, including physical readiness, welcoming the opportunity to disseminate practical and useful information relating to matters of the public's safety and welfare, bearing faithful allegiance to the government and be loyal to the law enforcement profession, accept as an obligation its responsibility to support the constitutions of the United States and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and fervently seek out and report the truth. These are 12 things that MSP requires that Good and Proctor violated pretty much every single one.
Yeah.
And that's rare. That is extremely rare, where you just violated every single code of ethics. When hiring individuals to be troopers and interact with the public, MSP had a duty to use reasonable care to hire individuals that would not endanger or cause harm to the public, but rather to act in accordance with the law and its expressed code of ethics. MSP also had a duty to exercise reasonable care to ensure that its employees did not cause foreseeable harm to a foreseeable class of plaintiffs, including by adequately supervising and training them. Not only are those duties and responsibilities established by law, but MSP has written policies and procedures mandating that members of MSP maintain a level of conduct in their personal and business affairs which is in keeping with the highest standards of the law enforcement profession, including not participating in any act which impairs their ability to perform as members of MSP or causes MSP to be brought into disrepute or causes foreseeable harm to the public. MSP breached its duties by, among other things, hiring and retaining Proctor when it either knew or should have known that he was unfit to serve as a trooper because of his virulent and deep-seated biases, failing to adequately train and supervise Proctor, Buchanan, and Tolley as described above, including but not limited to failing to adequately train and evaluate them in the following areas, the importance of which it knew or should have known: acting upon bigoted views, potential bias and conflicted investigations, proper investigatory procedure, including the proper scope and timing of an investigation, how to appropriately handle suspects and potential suspects, conducting appropriate witness interviews, securing evidence in crime scenes, establishing chains of custody, and communicating properly with witnesses, suspects, and third parties, and prohibitions on planting, manufacturing, tampering with, or manipulating evidence, perjury, and falsifying documents. Should all go without saying, but clearly they did none of that. Allowing Proctor, also things that MSP did, to continue to investigate, even though he had a personal relationship with witnesses and potential suspects in the murder, and which led to unlawful and
received gifts. Remember, he's like, give it to my wife.
Favorable treatment of potential suspects. Allowing Proctor to continue to investigate, even though he had exhibited an extreme and personal negative bias towards Karen Reed. Allowing Proctor, Buchanan, and Tolley to continue to investigate, even though they had violated rules, policies, and procedures in all manners of the investigation. Allowing Proctor and Buchanan to plant, fabricate, and manipulate evidence, falsify documents, and commit perjury. Allowing and neglecting to stop Proctor's, Buchanan's, and Tolley's failure to secure evidence in the crime scene, obtain evidence, timely and appropriately interview suspects, and investigate the Alberts, McCabe's, or Higgins. And by continuing to employ Proctor, Buchanan, and Tolley, MSP knew or should have known that each had engaged in misconduct during the performance of their employment, including but not limited to. Upon information and belief in prior investigations, Proctor, Buchanan, and Tolley repeatedly failed to follow rules, regulations, policies, and procedures. And upon information and belief in prior investigations, Proctor, Buchanan, and Tolley each have exhibited a pattern of misconduct, including misogynist conduct. MSP's failures caused harm to Ms. Reed. Specifically, Ms. Reed was wrongfully investigated and prosecuted for Mr. O'Keefe's death, resulting in the loss of employment, reputational damages, and millions of dollars of legal expenses, as well as severe emotional distress and injury. Among other things, Ms. Reed has lost her career, her home, her car, and her reputation. She lost her freedom of movement for years and was forced to endure 2 criminal trials before finally being acquitted of any crime relating to Mr. O'Keefe's death. This also caused severe emotional and physical damage to Ms. Reed. Ms. Reed presented her claim in writing to MSP pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Section 258, on November 21st, 2025. MSP explicitly denied Ms. Reed's claim on April 14th, 2026. Ms. Reed is entitled to damages for MSP's negligence in an amount to be determined at trial. And that's important because you have to have separate notice before you file suit. And they've done that here. Count 2, negligence against the town of Canton through Canton PD. Ms. Reed repeats and realleges the CPD had a duty to exercise reasonable care to ensure that its police officers and employees do not cause foreseeable harm to a foreseeable class of plaintiffs, including but not limited to members of the public with whom they interact in the course of their duties. That duty includes an obligation to establish and use hiring, training, supervising, and retention policies and procedures to prevent their officer employees from using their own prejudices to discriminate against subjects of criminal investigations, safeguard potential criminal evidence in the CPD's possession, and to hire, train, and supervise its officers such that they safeguard such evidence. Specifically, when hiring...
Oh my goodness. All right. So you guys are putting in the chat that the Knicks won. Oh my God. Are the Knicks going to sweep this? Because isn't that 2 in San Antonio? They took 2 at San Antonio's house. That's crazy. And they won by 1. These are good games. So the Knicks up by 2 in the NBA Finals. That's crazy. Go Knicks. Let's see. Shout out to Jennifer who sent a JoJo chat. You guys, I'm just seeing it now. It was sent a little while ago. Jennifer says, moment passed. Couldn't send a super chat. 3 of us rescued friends suffering kitty from a PDF file. Ugly, disgusting X. Small victories against the patriarchy. Yes. Thank you for supporting the good fight. Thank you, Jennifer, for the JoJo chat. And thank you for rescuing that sweet baby kitty from that monster.
Now I make money move.
Oh, so that is a victory against the yucksters. Okay, and then I got another JoJo chat, and this is from Teresa. Thank you so much, Teresa. Teresa says, I think Trisha has an OnlyFans. Oh God. Oh God. Oh boy. Allegedly. Oh boy. Okay. I'd rather think of that, I guess, than all this. So okay. Alrighty. Trishy.
Police officer employees that interact with the public, the CPD had a duty to use reasonable care to hire individuals that would not endanger or cause harm to the public. When training and supervising police officer employees that interact with the public, the CPD had a duty to exercise reasonable care to ensure that its employees would not endanger or cause harm to the public. When training police officer employees that interact with the public, the CPD had a duty to exercise reasonable care to ensure that its employees would not endanger or cause harm to the public. The CPD had a duty to adequately supervise its facilities in order to avoid harm to the public. The CPD breached its duties by, among other things, failing to properly train, supervise, and retain Good, now, because we're moving on to Good at the CPD, former Sergeant Good, as of 2 days ago, when it either knew or should have known that he was unfit to serve as a trooper because of his virulent and deep-seated biases, failing to properly supervise and train Sergeant Michael Lank in his failures to inspect or secure 34 Fairview Road, secure the scene where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, inspect the House defendant's bodies for evidence of a fight, or ask to search the House defendant's phones all on the morning of January 29th, 2022, failing to preserve, protect, and secure various surveillance video inside and outside the Sally Port, including but not limited to setting the auto-delete function on such videos to 30 days and not preserving these particular videos for a longer period of time, attempting to obfuscate and hide from Ms. Reed's criminal defense team's surveillance video footage from inside the police station and outside in the parking lot on relevant days, failing to supervise the relationship between Proctor and Kevin Albert, including permitting backdoor communication involving the O'Keefe investigation and other social activities during the investigation, including drinking and driving together on Cape Cod, providing Brian Higgins with access to the CPD station without supervision, and once CPD knew Higgins used the CPD station in the middle of the night immediately following the house party on the night of Mr. O'Keefe's death, failing to investigate and report that fact to MSP, hiding the close relationship between CPD's Chief Ken Berkowitz and House Defendant Higgins, and failing to document the condition of and supervise Ms. Reed's SUV once it entered the Sallyport garage at CPD and allowed the undocumented destruction of the taillight. The CPD's failures caused harm to a foreseeable class of plaintiffs, namely Ms. Reed. Specifically, and among other things, the CPD's breaches proximately caused Ms. Reed to lose her career, her home, her car, and her reputation. She lost her freedom of movement for years and was forced to endure 2 criminal trials before finally being acquitted of any crime related to Mr. O'Keefe's death. This also caused severe emotional and physical damage to Ms. Reed. She presented these claims to CPD on November 21st, 2025. CPD did not respond to Ms. Reed's presentment within 6 months of that date. As a result, CPD is deemed to have fully denied her claim pursuant to the law. Ms. Reed is entitled to damages for CPD's negligence in an amount to be determined at trial. And now count 3, the civil conspiracy between CPD and MSP and the town of Canton. MSP and CPD had a common design with each other and with Proctor Buchanan Tolley and the occupants of 34 Fairview on the morning of January 29th, 2022, to unlawfully and improperly direct the investigation into the death of the John O'Keefe towards Ms. Reed. MSP and CPD each acted negligently and otherwise tortiously and unlawfully, as alleged above and in the amended complaint, in furtherance of their and their co-conspirators' goals. At all
Tortiously or tortoisely. Where's tortoise? We need tortoise interference in the chat.
all relevant times, MSP and CPD, as police departments and agencies imbued with legal authority, had a peculiar and established power of coercion over Reed, particularly where working together in connection with the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe III. Ms. Reed presented her claim to both MSP and CPD on November 21st, 2025. MSP explicitly denied Ms. Reed's claim on April 14th, 2026. CPD failed to respond, thereby denying. As a result of both of their conduct, Ms. Reed is entitled to damages in an amount to be determined at trial. Of course, they're requesting a jury trial on the issues, and Ms. Reed respects that the court enter a judgment in her favor.
It definitely should be a jury trial, not in that area. Can they get a jury trial outside of that area?
Against each defendant, award her damages in an amount to be calculated at trial, along with interest, award reasonable attorney's fees, and grant any other relief that may be equitable. And of course, we have Jackson, we got Little here, Seligson, Waters, Rosenberg, all familiar parties. Folks, this is one of the most horrific pieces of filing I have ever read in my entire career. The level of disgust and disdain that I now have for these people, more so than before, goes beyond anything I've ever felt. How do you treat
Larry.
You're despicable.
A person this way, a group of people, an entire race, an entire sex? How do you live with so much hatred in your heart? I will never understand. But what matters is it happened. They did it. This is who they are. You finally get a glimpse into who they truly are, and it's pathetic and despicable, and they deserve everything coming their way. I'm not going to sit here and say, well, I thought it's 2026. Racism is...
Good point, Scorpio. I guess I was afraid that they would sneak in some people in the jury that, I don't trust them. That would be like plants to the McAlberts. But you're right. I mean, Karen already had a trial there, 2 trials there. And so I'm just thinking that they were going to pull some shit, but yeah, you're probably right. Keep it there. Keep it there.
Dead. Bigotry is dead. Unfortunately, no, folks. Just because the year has changed.
Oh, we know, Larry. I mean, you just got to turn on the internet or the TV. We know what's going on in the United States right now. So, oof.
Doesn't mean that bigotry and racism and anti-Semitism are going to die, especially with anti-Semitism on the rise in places like New York and Canada. There are just some people on this planet who don't have a soul, and we at least have Good and Proctor here. Like I said, folks, this was filed this morning. Their answer is due within 20 days of service, so probably by the end of June, we're going to have an answer. Of course, they're probably just going to deny all claims. They're going to argue that they have absolute immunity, qualified immunity. Judge dismissed this case. There's nothing here. Leave us alone. You don't like it, go after them. But all of this is going to be used as evidence in the House defendant lawsuit. I imagine there's going to be an exhibit or something attached very, very soon in the federal case against Proctor and the House defendants. This is something else, folks. This is unprecedented. Ugh. I was not ready for this.
It's gross. HMS says, sounds like cancerous culture. Likely in that, seriously.
We're not ready for this. But now we all know. And at least we can try to serve justice, because at the end of the day, that's all you can do. So folks, I hope you learned something.
Yes, we did. Thank you, Larry. Again, you guys, we just had some help today from attorney Larry Foreman, formerly the DUI guy. And his dang, Larry's getting up there in sub 619,000. There you go, Larry Bear. There you go, there, sir. He's doing the damn thing, Larry. Larry's like, yeah, okay, good job. Good job, Larry. Oh boy. Oh Lord. Ooh, King of Menards.
You save big money. You save big money when you shop Menards.
Holy shit. I'm glad those text messages came about. That was some heavy, dark shit. I just wish they would have come about sooner. I want to pull the text messages of all of them. Everybody. And the McAlberts. You know, I want all of the text messages going back to the beginning of their existence. I want to see it all or nothing at all. Dorgan says, and Proctor said he wouldn't do anything different. Yep, that's who this person is. That's who, I mean, Michael Proctor needs to be locked up. This man has admitted to planting evidence on people, admitted to sexually assaulting people, just a huge bigot, racist, piece of shit, garbage dump of a human. So they got to pull it all. Oh, goodness. Yeah, good cleansing. We need a good cleansing. We need to save our soul with Menards and producer Prince.
You save big money. You save big money when you shop Menards.
Shop Menards. Okay. Let's check out this web sleuth situation. They knew they had to get some views tonight, you guys, because we were just teasing them, giving them a little roasty McRoasterson about not being able to break 1,000 views. But right now they got 252 people watching because they put their title as, you guys, Trisha's stalker arrested. Oh boy. So they got Trisha's stalker arrested hearing in Mikey Stein's case, or Mickey Stein's. Apologies if I'm mispronouncing that. So they got 98 likes. That's not good. I feel like they got a lot of lurky-loos watching over there. But let's check in on Trisha and her stalker situation. I mean, she's claimed to have quite a few stalkers, but this one looks to be her cousin's kid, Greg, who didn't have a frontal lobe because Trisha allegedly ate it. Okay? Allegedly. All right, so maybe this one will be a little more fun, and maybe not. But the frontal lobe stalker that Trisha talks about a lot, all right, is her second, third cousin, Greg. You guys give me a thumbs up as soon as you hear the audio. I don't need to see the comments over there. And she's, you know, this is the beginning of her live stream from tonight. And these are some crime con pics.
Old bat in a cowboy hat. Welcome to Web Sleuths YouTube Live. Oh my goodness, now you can see my laundry hanging on my door. I am just so not prepared for tonight because
Trisha, she does. Trisha, no wire hangers. Trisha's got wire hangers and plastic hangers. Trishy poo. We got to upgrade you, girl.
Okay, hang on. I'm going to shut this door just a minute because it'll drive me crazy. I'm going to bring Stacy up here. Stacy, how you doing tonight, my love?
Just the height of professionalism over here, helping victims every day, telling Olap, all we do is help people. That's all we do, and we do it well.
I'm doing great.
Good. Can you say hi to the Mad Chatters? Read a few Mad Chat things while I.
Oh God, we're left
just
alone
make sure that.
Stacy, you guys. Oh my God.
I don't have any phones now.
Everything is correct. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Oh,
hey
what are you
everyone.
doing, Auntie? What do you think?
I was just reading chat, and I am always telling my husband that the animals are more work than the kids were. It's a constant thing. So I feel you there. That dog with the bunny ears was so cute. Whose doggy was that?
Oh, what are you even talking about, Stacy? Are you even on this planet? Oh my God.
I want the bunny ears. That was funny. I was just telling my husband that the frogs are a lot of work. And my husband.
Oh God. Trisha, how many blazers do you own? Good God.
I loved it. Because he looks like totally posing. So, but yeah, our pets, it's a constant, nonstop, cleaning up after them or giving them this or taking them for a walk. So.
Seriously, it's everything from the tone of her voice to what she says. She just does not belong on live streams. Like, that's picking up their shit.
picking up their piss. Pets.
What's going on? And Stacey, what's happening with your throat? I'm worried about her throat, you guys. I'm very worried.
You talking about your pets or my pets or both?
Was it our pets? Because somebody in chat said there's a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old. One's a dog, one's a toddler. Guess which one's more work?
Oh, exactly. Exactly. I hear you. I hear you on that one. Well, tonight we do have a couple of really wild stories. First, again, we are going to talk about the book club. I swear, we're going to talk about it on Monday. Okay, about Down the Hill. We're going to tell you when we're going to have the Zoom call with the author. We've got more updates to have. I promise you, we're going to
more Zoom calls. Are you going to accuse us of stalking you, harassing you, and defaming you, and being afraid for your life, and posting screenshots from my live chat of someone going, Trisha better start grifting for her coffin, and then take that as a threat? Is that what you're going to do in your Zoom again? Trisha, I'm just asking. So anyone who attends that Zoom call, again, hello, Dave. My email is open, joleenreacts@gmail.com. Feel free to report back. If this Zoom call again is going to be about, creators and them rewriting history and trying to pretend something's happening that isn't happening. This is another secret meeting. You guys, I expect a full report, please. joleenreacts@gmail.com. That's joleenreacts@gmail.com. Okay, let me write it again. joleenreacts@gmail.com. Send your recordings and screenshots to joleenreacts@gmail.com.
get back to the book club. Again, it's just Stacy's husband. It was so inconvenient for us for him to have that damn heart attack. Does he realize what he's done to us, Stacy?
Yeah, I know.
Did you tell him? Did you tell him to say, Bub, that was so rude?
I told him, yeah, he did it on the day I had a doctor's appointment too. And I told him, it always has to be about you.
It always about him. Always, just because he had to have that triple bypass and a valve and had a heart attack and, died 300 times on the table. I mean, come on. That's not, it's just all about him. Anyway, so we'll be talking about that. And always, even though we're not going to be live Saturday or Sunday, you can always go to websleuths.com for all your true crime needs. It is the best place to go to read about true crime. It's people like you and me posting about it, giving you information, updating you on everything. And that's where you can find updates on one of the cases we're going to talk about tonight. And that is the Sheriff Mickey Stein's case. Big update today. There was a court hearing. And now Sheriff Stein's, if you remember, and I'm not going to show the video, but he stood up. He was in chambers with his judge, his friend, Judge Mullins. He stood up and shot him point blank. What? And right before he shot him, he called his daughter. And it's been driving everybody crazy. When I say everybody, I mean me, crazy. Why did he call his daughter? We find out today. We're going to tell you why. We actually find out. Not a big surprise, but at least we now know. We're going to find out more information because there was a hearing today. It was a 2-hour hearing. We're going to play about 20 minutes of it and read you.
Oh, my God. Get to the stalker part. That's all we want to see.
And it says, Trisha's stalker arrested.
All right. That's the part we're looking for. Rainbow says, no way Stacy was following Christina. Well, we're going to watch Christina's video next, you guys. Oh, my goodness.
I'm going to read you the story first, and then I'm going to explain the backstory. And if you have been following me for over the years, then you...
Unfortunately, you don't even have to follow her over the years. She's repeated it so many times about this Greg.
No, you know this backstory about this guy. Okay, so... this comes from, let's see, this comes from ABC News for Utah. And let me put this in the chat, and I'll also put it in the description under the video here so you can read it. But I was very surprised to see this. I wasn't surprised.
Trisha was like, thank God I needed a distraction from my slot machine.
No one would want to stalk that ugly bitch.
Oh, thankfully, Greg got arrested so I can talk about that.
To see he was arrested. I was surprised to, well, let me back up. I'm not surprised that he was arrested. I'm just surprised to actually see him get arrested for this. Okay. And let me read this to you. Again, he's arrested, not charged. However, I can't imagine they would arrest him with these charges pending unless they had the goods on him. And here's the story. FBI agents from Honolulu assisted Utah agents in locating a man who was allegedly trading large amounts of child sexual abuse material in online chat rooms.
Oh my God, Trisha, what is up with you and Lauren's families?
You're despicable.
Good God. They got some real creepers in their families. Melatonin Megan, too. Like, what is going on? Ew. God. They love reporting on this stuff, too. They always talk about the Duggars. The Duggars is so nasty. So nasty.
Daniel Greg Massey, otherwise known as my second cousin, Greg Massey, has been arrested on 10 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor.
Ew.
And a second degree felony. And he has not been formally charged as of yet. Now get this, in June 2025, FBI agents in Honolulu discovered several accounts using an encrypted messaging platform to exchange this type of material. Documents say that one of the accounts had multiple tips associated with it already. The agents investigated the account and found it was likely being used out of Utah. The Honolulu agents made contact with the FBI Child Exploitation and Human Trafficking Task Force in Salt Lake City and provided them with what they obtained thus far. And so they took over, they identified, get this, an additional 40 tips associated with this one user, spanning from 2020 to 2024. Using information from these tips, agents obtained an IP address that led them to a residence in Salt Lake County. On June 1st, the agents executed.
Can't even report on crimes against her family.
You're despicable.
Like, she can't even report on stuff she knows about.
No one would want to stalk that ugly bitch.
Like, we're having problems reading. This is anyone else having a hard time following this? Damn, Trisha. You could have just read this beforehand to just kind of get the gist, get it down. Like, this is your cousin.
A federal search warrant at that address where Massey was the lone occupant. Now, it's my understanding that is where my cousin and her husband used to live, and they both have passed away. He was living there alone. He was taken into custody while agents investigated his devices. Documents say that the agents located the suspect account that the Honolulu FBI found was being accessed on Massey's devices. He also allegedly possessed a large amount of this type of material and was participating in numerous online forums to trade explicit content from ages 3.
Oh my, your family's nasty.
You're despicable.
Oh my gosh. What is up with these people? Between Lauren's family and now Trisha's family? Like, what the hell? What is going on again, Utah? I really need to know what's going on in Utah. You guys, I saw another lady talking about this recently on Instagram. Hannah, what's Hannah's last name, you guys? She's a big creator, very popular. Hannah starts with an M. Remind me in the chat, you guys. Apologies. She was talking about that. I was like, that's what we were just talking about, Hannah. What is going on with Utah?
To 14. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, Trisha, we understand what you're saying, you sicko. Jesus.
Right. It absolutely makes me sick. Massey was arrested and booked into the Salt Lake County Jail, where he's being held without bail. Now, they put this at the end of the article. I'll read this. Charges are allegations only. All arrested persons are presumed innocent.
It's going to bug me. Trisha is like, she seems a little too excited to be reporting this. Hannah maybe I got her name wrong. I think she's a true crime person. She might be a comedian. I think her name's Hannah. Apologies, guys. Forget I mentioned it. I don't remember. Sorry, it's not Hannah Alonso, I don't think. Oh my gosh. I thought it was Hannah with a M. Oh, hi. What's wrong, Dave? Come here. Hannah Alonso? Is it Hannah Alonso? Yeah. No. Yes. No, not Hannah Alonso. No. Kind of looks like her, blonde. Cute. But not her. I know that's a lot of help. Oh, not Hannah Chowda from Big Brother. We'll keep going with Trisha and her weird, gross family.
Until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, I am not sure, maybe somebody in chat can tell us, Do you know how long they have before they have to charge somebody? How long they can hold somebody?
You should know that. You literally are web sleuths. You should literally know this stuff. They know nothing. They don't know anything more than I know, and I don't know anything. That's the crazy part. These two are just, what the hell?
Despicable.
It's not enough.
They're always asking, like, do you guys know this? You've been covering this for how long? You've had this website for 20 plus years? And you don't know the basics?
I'm not sure. Stacy, do you have any idea before they have to charge them?
No, Utah. I know nothing about Utah. And
Trisha, you're literally from there. These two are just, it's just like, what the hell? How do you not know anything? Look at her. Oh my God, I got to grab that screenshot. Stacey's like, I don't know anything. I don't know. Stacey, what do you do? What do you do, ma'am? Besides just like, think you guys are like, how are you saving all these lives and helping all these victims when you don't know the basics of the judicial system and how things work within the law?
And law and crime. All that work and what did it
I hate that they sit on like their high horse.
Why did I do it?
You know, they're so self-righteous. We do so much, but they don't know anything. So how are you helping anyone but yourself?
so it would also depend on if it's federal,
right,
or not federal. And at this time,
Russia,
we don't know.
We don't know because it was federal agents that found out about him. And again, they found information going back to 2020. Now, you've heard me talk.
Why didn't you know this shit? He's your cousin. Why didn't you do the research and backstory on this guy? He's your damn cousin.
About my cousin Greg and the trouble that we have had with him in the past.
Like, literally, what Greg's being accused of right now is so horrific. Nothing that he's ever allegedly done to you matters, Trisha. I don't understand how you people don't get that. Why would you think sharing him, whatever he did, I don't know, threatened, stalked, whatever she says, you with how horrific you just explained what he's being charged with or what he was arrested for. And now she's going to bring it back to herself, which is not important.
Because God, I don't even want to go into everything, and I'm not going to. But I will tell you that there was one point where I had to testify against him in court.
We know.
And he was his own attorney. And what had happened was my neighbor had got a restraining order against him.
Yes.
We all have, our family has all these little cabins along the river, this river in.
Bunch of sickos. Just a bunch of sickos. Creepy cabin in the woods shit with her PDF file cousin. Yuck.
In Utah. And his cousin.
I know. You guys, you know more in the chat than these two idiots know presenting the information. Quinn says, how could it not be federal? We don't know. We don't know.
I mean, his family, his parents, my cousin, and
We know it's your cousin.
her husband had a small cabin, and they would just dump him up there every summer. And it was just a nightmare. And a neighbor had to get a restraining order against him, and I witnessed him break this restraining order. So I had to go testify against him. He was his own attorney. And let me tell you how much fun that is. This was years ago. And one of the volunteers there, the victims volunteers, I can't remember what they call it.
I heard the kitty. We heard the, oh, look at the kitty wants some love. Oh no, that's the microphone. But did you guys hear the kitty?
This was years ago. And one of the volunteers there.
Did you just shit yourself? The noises Stacy makes. Go to the doctor.
The victims volunteers, I can't remember what they called, turned to Will, and I don't know how old Will was, maybe 12 or so, and said, I'll give you $5 if you beat the shit out of him. That's how annoying he was.
What?
That the volunteers were.
What? Who's violent here, Trishy? I thought you guys were like on the up and up and everyone was going to assault you.
This was years ago. And one of the volunteers there.
Did you guys hear Stacy? Like literally the sounds this woman makes. That's not human. What's going on there?
him. He was his own attorney. And let me tell you how much fun that is. This was years ago. And one of the
okay. Oh my God.
volunteers there, the victims volunteers, I can't remember what they called, turned to Will, and I don't know how old Will was, maybe 12 or so, and said, he'll give you $5 if you beat the shit out of him. That's how annoying he was, that the volunteers were just like, get rid of it. Oh my God, he was so annoying. And I had to have him question me. And he was horrid. Anyway, he was found guilty. And I don't.
Man, Trisha, he's being accused of some atrocious things, of being a PDF file and looking up disgusting things and crimes against children. And you bring it back to you and having to testify in front of him as a grown adult. These people will make anything about themselves.
Don't know what other types of cases he's been found guilty of or charged with. I know he has been arrested before. When I say my stalker,
these guys keep better tabs on Christina and crew than they do legitimate PDF files in their own family and their alleged stalkers. Isn't that crazy? She doesn't even keep up. She doesn't even know. She knows everything about, the probate court with Beth B's will and where Christina is at CrimeCon allegedly. But when it comes to like a real criminal that's really affected her life allegedly, she don't know shit.
I know he has stalked me before. He has done things online to me. Now, can I prove it? Did I go to court and prove it? No.
You can't prove nothing. You can never prove it. This chick she can never prove anything. Oh my God, we know. He went to websleuths. He started an account. He said you like to party. He accused you of some unsavory things and gave your address. That's what you told us. You should be able to prove that because you said it was posted on your website. So you would think you'd have screenshots of that, right? Maybe that's how you got the restraining order. I don't know.
But when I called his mother and said before he has done things online to me. Now, can I prove it? Did I go to court and prove it? No. But when I called his mother and said that crap about me better come down now, it came down. And what he had done was allegedly, he had gone on websleuths, and this was years ago, people, years ago. He had gone on websleuths and opened about 20 new threads and and this was right when Google Maps came out, I think, because he put a picture of where I lived and how to get there. And he said, Trisha Griffith likes to party at 2 a.m. She also likes to, and then he said some very disgusting things that he said I'd like to do. And to please everybody come up, and here's my phone number, and here's the address how to get.
Was Stacey talking? What was that? Was that the executive producer contributing? What are these, again, what are these noises? Is she okay? Trisha, check on her.
Also likes to, and then he said some very disgusting things that he said I'd like to do. And to please everybody come up and.
What was that?
Here's my phone number.
I feel like Stacey got sucked into the upside down
number, and here's the address how to get to my house.
Oh my
and
God.
Boom, he hit all of these at once, and they hit websleuths all at once. And then he went and put it all over the internet.
Oh, who cares?
My address,
who cares?
My phone number, telling everybody to show up and party. We were able to get it off of websleuths, right? But I called his mother, and I was so furious. She's my cousin.
Man, what does this have to do about his current charges? Like a curious mind seeker saying blah, blah, blah. Who cares about the exploited kids? Trisha has been harmed, y'all. Maybe you should have been able to prove this in court. You could have put him away sooner. You guys are supposed to be web sleuths. You couldn't sleuth out. You had a PDF file among you who was stalking you and making weird comments, because Trisha did say that he made comments about her, I think, exploiting children. So it sounds like a situation where he was projecting his own crimes onto her. You couldn't look into that. Again, you looked into Beth B's estate. You guys look into, where Christina is allegedly, but you can't look into your own weirdo cousin.
Said, damn.
You could have actually maybe stopped something. I'm not saying that's, completely your responsibility, but God, you're like in the business.
Well, tell him, because he lives with you. And she says, well, he lives in our basement and he pays rent. I'm like, I don't care. He lives in your house. You tell him he better get that down right now. So his father went down there and said, if you have anything to do with this, you better remove it. Well, lo and behold, it all disappeared. What a shock. But I still had one guy show up.
What?
I'll never forget it. And, I asked my brother for.
Hold up, has she told this part before? Is this new? I don't know. I don't remember this part where she had a guy show up. Now we got a guy show up. Maybe she said it before and I just don't remember. And now she has privated almost 2,000 of her videos, so we might never know again, except for the great compilations Olap's put together. But I don't remember ever hearing this part of the story, but again, it could have just been something I missed. So feel free to correct me in the chat.
A gun. I said, I don't want a big one. I want
a big one.
I want one that I can't accidentally shoot myself with. So he gave me, I guess it was a shotgun. It was just a one, the shotguns that hold one bullet, you know, like one of those bullets that are big.
Okay, Olap says she has told this part. Okay, good to know. Good God.
Shotgun.
Shotgun. It's the one where you go, that one.
Oh my God. She had like a sawed off shotgun, this one.
Yeah, that, you know, I know a lot about guns, as you can tell. And anyway,
it went quickly from PDF file exploitation of children allegations to like talking about themselves and now laughing. Creepies.
My son go stay with his dad for a while to make sure there was no problems. And one night I'm sitting there and I hear like a car right outside. And so I go out, and the one thing I never forget a cop telling me was that noise, that racking of the bullet, that scares the crap out of him. I went out there, there were two guys in a car, and I just went, and I looked like an insane woman. I had this big fluffy coat on with these big like bear claw, you know, slipper. I did look insane. And they got out of there so damn fast. It took off. And I didn't point the gun at him or anything. I never would have done that. But I know that was him. And also, I hate to even bring this up, but during that awful lawsuit time when that fake lawsuit with those false charges were.
The fake, okay, so now she's calling the Susan Pruitt and websleuths LLC versus Patricia Arrington Griffith a fake lawsuit. There was nothing fake about it. It existed. It was real. That it was real. You can say that, but you can't say that fake civil stalking. Like, yes, it existed, but Lauren made that shit up. And all those people lied on you, Trisha. All of those people in the affidavits, Mr. H and CR and Cindy, and all those people lied on you.
Insane. And they got out of there so damn fast. It took off. And I didn't point the gun at him or anything. I never would have done that. But I know that was him. And also, I hate to even.
Why would you bring up your stupid lawsuit into this? This is, again, she makes every story about herself. She did the same thing when the guy from Storage Wars passed away, and she turned it into how she's getting cyberbullied or something, and how she's like, oh, my people, I feel ugly or something. And we're like, what? And she did no research into the Storage Wars guy or his death. She just wanted to read a People magazine article and then bring it back to herself.
Bring this up, but during that awful lawsuit time when that fake lawsuit.
It was real. We read it. There are videos of Trisha's deposition. She's wearing a very horrid turquoise blouse. Okay. And there are affidavits and people had a lot to say.
With those false charges were
false charges.
And line crime.
Oh my God. This is why you cannot let this stuff slide on these people. They rewrite history in their favor every
time. That were alleged against me and were proven to be completely.
They weren't proven to be false. How were they proven to be false? You guys, am I missing something? How were the allegations? You settled out of court. You had Helen the nun. You said, help pay off. Your lawyers came to you, was like, there's a way to get her out of the business. We got to pay her off. It's going to be a lot of money. You got the money together. You somehow convinced Helen that this was the act of God and this is what she was meant to do with her money. And you paid off Susan Pruitt. Like, what? She could just say they were proven untrue? How can she? Where's this proof? I don't remember seeing this proof, you guys. Oh my God. And she's making literally the exploitation of children about her and her stupid lawsuit because she doesn't know how to run a business and allegedly fleeces people. And yeah, how are they charges? It's a lawsuit. There were allegations against her from her supporters, from people who cared about her. It wasn't like people who hated her. It was people who thought they were helping her. And then they were like, oh shit, I think we're being fleeced. And I think she has a gambling problem. And then you pled the fifth.
Faults. They also put up a website where anybody could go up and say anything they wanted about me. And he went up on that website. They had my stalker up there and he was saying crazy stuff about me, you know, that everybody in the town was suing me, that I just ridiculous things. And finally that website was taken down because it was outrageous. But
so this is what she wants to do. She wants to get every critic of hers, every person that's questioned anything she's ever said, anyone who has what she considers an unfavorable view or opinion or something about her, she wants them off the internet. She wants all the channels gone. She doesn't want anyone to make any money. She told us that. She likes how Gray Pubes just asked for it straight up. She said, if you give money to these other creators, then you'll have no money for me, for these bad true crime creators.
Yeah, they let my stalker, this guy, do this.
You know, that's terrible.
Who cares? Literally, he's exploiting children and he put up some shit about you and people in your town suing you. You think that's comparable to the exploitation of children? What the fuck is wrong with this chick?
They're gonna make a pretty penny.
Trisha.
And then they're all going to hell.
And line crime.
For so many reasons. And one of them is once somebody makes a false allegation, or, you know, it stays forever, even though it's proven false.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Explain how it was proven false. If you settle out of court in a lawsuit, is every allegation in that lawsuit proven false? Is that what you're saying, Stacey? Because remember, you told us we're stupid and you understand the law. And you're like, you guys are 12 and you're so stupid, you don't understand the law. Where was it proven false in the lawsuit that Susan Pruitt and websleuths LLC brought against Trisha? What the fuck? Hi, Christina. Oh my God, this is ridiculous.
And it was, again, that whole thing was so horrible. But then
like, Stacey, you swamp genius, tell us. You're just saying things.
Let my stalker, this guy, do this.
You know, that's terrible for so many reasons. And one of them is once somebody makes a false allegation.
That's what she wants. This is, I know these people's MO. I know exactly what they're doing. Starting to give a shit since I was starting to feel bad about this, but not now. Trisha will play it like, I'm just a little lady. She's only 68 years old. She's not even that old. My mom's 71. Look how rad Nana is. I always just compare it. And I think everything Trisha's doing and all the lies, allegedly, and all the things and the possible financial elder abuse, allegedly, my mom would never do that. My mom's older than her. My mom doesn't do this. She's trying to garner sympathy, her little shuffling of her feet. Like, that's what she's hoping for. But here's what happens. You let up and you go, poor lady. And then they'll just spew all of this shit, rewrite history, and they'll do it again. You know, I mean, there's no real way to ever stop these kind of people. I mean, it's like all they know. But they hate the truth. They hate the truth. They hate their own shit being shown to them. I mean, she hides her own videos. That tells you everything you need to know about this chick.
Or, you know, it stays forever, even though it's proven false.
Exactly.
Where Swamp Stacey? Oh my God, Swamp Stacey, you are idiot. It's just so crazy. These people just say whatever they want.
Well, don't you help me now? Oh, help me!
Wait, Christina, is that in your video? It's Trisha you call out near you? Christina says, wait until you see how creepy she looks when I call out her name near me. Trisha? Oh my God, I am behind. Yeah, they love LM. Yes. Capizzi says, LM and Trisha act like it's fashionable to have a stalker. Oh, they love talking about. There's nothing they enjoy more. Trisha has talked about her stalkers more than anything else on her channel.
Exactly. Yeah. And it was, again, that whole thing was so horrible. But then to add him to the mix, you know, and they were delighted. They're like, oh, this person's related to Trish and is telling them all this great stuff. Yeah. And it was all a bunch of crap, all a bunch of lies. Somebody during this time also came into my house and stole all my underwear.
Girls, shut the fuck up.
You sure about that?
No, what?
You're not getting it. It's not clocking to you. It's not clocking to you that I'm standing on business, is it?
Are you sure you didn't sell them for slot money? Allegedly. Allegedly. I can't with this one. And someone broke into my house and he stole all my undies. Yeah. My high-waisters. My briefs. They took all my briefs. It was horrible. Some of them I just kept the poised pads in them. Just fastened, you know, the sticky parts. It was still sticky, so I was like, it's still good. Christina Max says, I haven't posted it yet, Jolene, you're not behind. Okay. Oh my God. So you have a video with I can't, Christina, this is, oh my God. So now people are stealing. This is, thank you. I'm like, I never heard this before. Hold up. So this is new. So now that she has gotten, you know, this information that Greg is a, you know, alleged sexual predator, exploiter of children, PDF file. Now she's going to add this possible new detail that someone also broke into her house around this time and stole her briefs. Okay. Her high-waisted full bottom briefs, allegedly.
Exactly. Yeah. And it was, again, that whole thing was so horrible. But then to add him to it, add him to the mix, you know, and they were delighted. They're like, oh, this person's related to Trish and is telling them all this great stuff. Yeah. And it was all a bunch of crap, all a bunch of lies. Somebody during this time also came into my house and stole all my underwear. Again, can't say it was him. But
oh my God. Girl, you sturdy as hell. Speak 3 languages and I heard you read Braille.
And I can't say he did anything specifically to me after that. I don't know.
No, it's children he's exploiting, Trisha. You dropped the children thing so quickly and went right into poor you and your granny panties.
Oh, I had weird things happen. Can't say.
You're a weirdo. You put a mayonnaise jar behind you. Come on, ma'am.
It was him. But he did. I know he did those one posts and the posts on the one website, and he stalked my neighbor and me. And then I hadn't heard about him for years. And then boom, this showed up in the newspaper, or on a news website, I should say. And
yeah, family, you didn't see it. A family member contacted you
yeah,
about
and said,
it. So it's, yeah.
Oh, this is
my
going to
God.
be, what if this is a part of the new grift, you guys?
And line
for the money she might have allegedly lost at CrimeCon on that dollar slot. I have no more underwears. You guys have to buy me underwears. Oh, yeah. I need very expensive particular undies. I need compression undies. You know how JLR wears a sock on his arm, a compression sock? I need compression undies to suck me in and keep my blood flowing down there. They're very expensive. Okay, they're, let's see, if everyone gives me $1,000, if 300 people give me $1,000, I should be fine temporarily with my compression undies.
God, look at this. I'm like, whoa. So,
yeah, family, you didn't see it. A family member contacted you about
and said,
it. So it's, yeah.
Oh my God, look at this. I'm like, whoa. So he has not been charged. Now, I'm assuming he will be charged. Based on what they said in this article, it sounds like they've really got him. And I hope so, because in my opinion, he's dangerous. So,
no shit.
And it's
you
not,
know, today they did say there's no bond or bail. There's
right. We talked to the jail today, and they to double check to make sure it was him, because we had his birth date, and we wanted to make.
Well, who's stalking who now? Jesus God.
And line crime.
You didn't seem to give a shit about him for years when you could have reported him and maybe got him in jail for something. But now, oof. Oh boy, did you catch how I narrowly missed Lauren and John in the footage? No, is this the footage that's on your channel? We're going to watch that next because I haven't watched it yet. Pamela, thank you so much for the $1.99. Pamela says, wait, what the fuck? Did she say someone stole her undies? Yes, she did. Yes, she did.
God, what is your childhood trauma?
It's not enough.
These people are just ridiculous.
To make sure, because they don't release the pictures anymore. They don't release their booking photos. So I wanted to make doubly sure it was him, but it was him. It was his birth date and everything. They said there was no bond. So yeah, I can't imagine they would arrest him on something this serious and not plan on filing charges, but you don't know. You just don't know. So,
well, you know, all those complaints against him, those are those people that made them are witnesses in some way.
Yeah.
So,
exactly.
There's going to be information from them they can get to, you know, find out.
And what makes
I'm sure
me
they've done that this whole time. Yeah.
They would have to have. And what makes me sick
Hi, Chuck Anderson's
are the
granddaughter.
victims of, you know, he's trading.
Huh. Now how far are we into this? We are almost an hour into this, and she's finally talking about the real victims. First, she was the victim, but then she had to remind herself, oh, shit, yeah. But what makes me sick is the kid stuff. Yeah, that's that. Anyways, back to me. But yeah, the kid stuff, that's bad. That's bad.
Well, those people that made them are witnesses in some way.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
There's going to be information from them they can get to, you know, find out.
And what makes
I'm sure
me
they've done that this whole time. Yeah.
They would have to have. And what makes me sick are the victims of, you know, he's trading pictures with other people. And those poor kids, my God, I don't even want to think about what those makes.
What the, like, just, it's so performative and like, oh my, she always says, oh my God, I don't want to. It's like, it's been an hour and you glossed over the kids. And now you're like, oh, these poor kids. So your cousin is Jared from Subway, is a freaking monster, but you made it about you and your undies. You guys are really just
You're despicable.
Creepy. Chuck Anderson's granddaughter, thank you so much for gifting a membership to the channel.
I don't dance now. I make money move.
Congratulations to whoever got the membership. Yes, Capizzi. Insincere as fuck. She has the same reaction every time. I don't even want to think about it. Oh, well, maybe you should think about it. Maybe you should think about it. You're the Web Sleuths True Crime channel. You're going to have to think about it. You make money off of putting these stories out there. You might have to think about it. That's kind of how it works.
He's sick to my stomach.
But that's what they do. They're so far removed themselves from the real tragedies, the real crimes. It's the same reason she doesn't respect Kresha's wishes to stop doing that end of the world stream in Kresha's nephew's honor. It's because they're so far removed from the actual crime. They only know how to exploit it. They don't know how to really like feel things and they don't have to. They don't have to think about any of this stuff.
So yeah, people over the years have made fun of me because of him. And
oh, here we go. Here we go.
Well, I've been waiting for this moment all my life.
Greg said he's a sick fuck, but you're a sick fuck too for making this about you. That's what Greg said. That's what Greg said. Now, who cares? Who cares? Children are being exploited and hurt, and you're worried about your fifis over some jokes for the story you can't shut the fuck up about? This lady is, whoa, holy narcissist alert.
You're despicable.
Holy shit, you guys. The people doing jokies are worse than your PDF file cousin that you didn't keep any tabs on through the years, but then you want to be a victim of his?
In every generation, there is a chosen one. She alone will stand against the vampires, the demons, and the forces of darkness. She is the Slayer.
Oh, dude, she will take anything and make it look her. Poor Trisha, and I was made fun of. Who cares? You're an adult. You're on the internet. They're jokes. Okay? You made fun of it. You made jokes about it. Okay? You are not a victim, ma'am. The exploitation of children, like, that is a serious thing. Your little fifis on the internet and trying to restore your shitty reputation. Not important when it comes to this. Not important.
Had to have. And what makes me sick are the victims of, you know, he's trading pictures with other people. And those poor kids, my God, I don't even want to think about what those, makes me sick to my stomach. So, yeah, people over the years have made fun of me because of him and, you know, didn't think it was any big deal. And, you know.
For you, it wasn't a fucking big deal for you. It was a big deal for those kids. It was a big deal for the real victims. Yep, that's the truth, Trisha.
Well, it was.
No. If it was such a big deal, why didn't you follow through with it? Why didn't you follow up on it? Why didn't you sleuth it out? How did you have a PDF file in your family who was already doing allegedly gross shit to you that you felt you needed a restraining order against him, but you did no follow-up when this is literally your job? Do you ever think possibly you could have protected people in the process going forward? I mean, no accountability, no responsibility, nothing. Just, I was made fun of.
You know, he's trading pictures with other people. And those poor kids, my God, I don't even want to think about what
exactly, Amy. You couldn't tell us.
Makes me sick to my stomach. So, yeah, people over the years have made fun of me because of him and, you know, didn't think it was any big deal. And, you know, well, it was. And if he is charged with this and found guilty, then nothing funny about it.
Then what happens? No, everything you said is still funny. Okay. You don't get to make this about you, Trisha. This is some sick shit. No one thought it was funny that your cousin is a child exploiter. We had no idea. You were telling us he didn't have a frontal lobe and all kinds of crazy shit. So stop it. Oh my God. The way she just like throws the stuff on other people. None of us are responsible for anything Greg did. None of us ever made a joke about your cousin being a PDF file because we didn't know he was a PDF file. So if he gets charged, you guys should be ashamed of yourself. Nope. No, just you, ma'am. That's your family, not mine. That's your business, not mine. You put it out on the internet for content over and over and over and over again. Yet you did nothing to stop him or look into him. Maybe you should look into that.
You know, well, it was. And if he is charged with this and found guilty, then
it's all your fault. It's everyone who made a joke or laughed at a joke about Trisha sitting in front of her wood paneled wall, telling stories about a man without a frontal lobe, being her stalker over and over again. It's all your fault. Not his fault. It's not her fault. It's the joke's fault. Jokes hurt. Oh my God. It's like
you're despicable.
Nothing funny about it. There's nothing funny about this arrest.
There's nothing funny about it. You guys were just laughing. You literally were just laughing about a sawed-off shotgun after sharing that your cousin has been arrested for some pretty atrocious things regarding child exploitation. You and Stacey like just laughing about guns, about pew-pews. But then they're like, there's nothing funny about this. She just wanted to use this to shame everyone who ever made a joke about her because her fifis got hurt and told the truth about her, read her lawsuit stuff so she could be the victim. That's gross. When there are literal children victims, to make this about you, Trisha, is truly atrocious.
At all. And I'm just glad, I'm grateful that he is behind bars. I hope he stays there. Again, and I'm sorry my cousin is dead, but
what are you talking? Who's dead? Who's dead? Who's dead? Michelle says, yeah, you were just joking about heart attacks too. You guys joke about all kinds of stuff. You don't get to say these. They want to literally tell people what they can and can't say. They are Karens. They want to, you can't joke about this. You can't joke about that. We can talk about this. We can talk about that. They can do everything, but they want to strip you of your constitutional rights. Like, but no, not if it hurts my feelings. Like, who died? Let's rewind that.
That he is behind bars. I hope he stays there. Again, and I'm sorry my cousin is dead, but I'm glad to see she's not alive to see this, you know, so, and that's it. That's the story right there. Let me get into chat here. So,
okay. Well, Again, next time you tell this story, Trisha, can you emphasize on the real victims of this? If you're really going to do this, can you also do some sleuthing? It was right next door to you and you did zero sleuthing. I would not say this if not for the fact that you guys say you help victims and you run a website, or used to, now manage or whatever, web sleuths, sleuthing. You're supposed to be good at this. And it was like the call was coming from inside the house and you had no idea because you couldn't see past your own ego and yourself to protect anybody else. That's crazy.
Let's see. Yeah, Jesse, Robin. Yeah, Trisha has a dumb cousin too. Absolutely. Oh, yes. Do
Oh, now what are you going to, now are you going to write a book about your dumb cousin and stuff? Oh, Lordy, Lordy. Yeah, she's talking about Greg's mom is deceased. Oh, Jesus. Why are we sharing all of this on the interwebs and then upset when people have an opinion about what we share on the interwebs?
I ever. Absolutely. So anyway, let's see. I just want to read a few things here in
I just
chat.
want to see if any of my chatters have anything to say about how I've been victimized in this. Why are you humming? Do you think this is a joke? Do you think this is funny? Child exploitation, Trisha? She just got done waving her finger at all of us. And she's over there making jokes about heart attacks, shotguns, going dee 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 dee.
Yeah, Stone Girl. I hope they charge him. And if they charge him, I would assume he will be found guilty and he'll go away for a long, long time. And that's what I'm hoping for. So anyway, he is very scary. He's a very, very scary individual. And again, I can't believe back when this happened that they allowed him on that website and to say whatever he wanted.
Oh, now he's going to shame those people. How were they supposed to know? How were they supposed to know? You didn't even know it was a PDF file. So how would strangers on the internet know, Trisha? Imagine all the things that have been allowed on your website. How, like, it's sick how she's making this about her. It is so sick, and trying to get back at all of her enemies. So now it's all of those people in the past. Now they are responsible for your cousin's crimes? What the fuck? Oh my gosh. Yeah. I mean, Trisha, seriously, you did lives and videos that are on my channel, Olap's channel, that we reviewed, where people were prank calling you and like teenagers whispering in the phone about it. Was weird. It was weird, while grifting for money for servers and StreamYard and to pay your bills so you didn't have to go back to Petco. That was the funny part. No one knew about your PDF file family member. We didn't know you had PDF files in your family. We didn't know. You didn't know, so we definitely didn't know. Those people who ran the website, they didn't know either.
It was just horrible. So anyway, I have no idea, Jesse, if he was on drugs or not. I never saw any indication that he was on.
Oh my God, wise woman. Thank you for the 2. Sometimes wise woman says, sometimes jokes hurt. Sometimes people deserve it. Well, that's the thing. People don't understand about comedy. It's like people always, people say they love roast and they love this or like that. Comedy always has a target, whether it's the comedian, whether it's someone else. There's really no rules to comedy per se, but it is subjective in the sense where you can decide whether you find something funny or not, but you don't get to decide whether something is funny for other people or not. Okay. That brings in the subjectiveness. It's not an objective thing. And so there's tons of people. There was just a roast for Kevin Hart and people got very upset, and they have every right to be like, I didn't find that funny, but they don't have the right to say that is objectively not funny, because in the art entertainment of comedy, there really is nothing that is off, that is off limits. For certain people there are, for certain comedians, up to comedians' discretion. It's also up to audience discretion. You decide whether you support that or you don't. So it's whether you go to the show, you enjoy that comedian, or you don't enjoy that comedian. But comedy always has a target. It's never been nice. And, there's always a target in everything. So people have this like they will laugh at stuff, but when it's targeted towards them, they're like, oh, the pearl clutching happens. And it's like, no, you don't get to decide what other people get to enjoy when it comes to entertainment like that. That's fucked up. That's some fascist ass shit. You have every right to feel something's not funny, but you don't get to go around and tell everyone else you can't laugh at that. It's comedy. They're jokes, ma'am. Oh my God. Shut the fuck up.
Drugs at all.
Just a bunch of finger waving Karen, lame ass fascist bitches, man. Everything that's wrong with society, not focusing on the important shit. They want to focus on jokes.
Back when this happened, that they allowed him on that website and to say whatever he wanted. It was just horrible.
God.
So anyway, I have no idea, Jesse, if he was on drugs or not. I never saw any indication that he was on drugs at all.
Did you steal his drugs?
I did. I'll tell you, I did get a call from a gentleman, and I don't know how he found my name, but he said that his daughter had gone out on a date with him. And I don't know, they met on some internet online thing. And he said the daughter got in his car. And by the time that they got to like the first stop sign or stoplight, she jumped out and ran. And
why didn't you look into this guy? You run a true crime website. Do you hold no personal responsibility, Trisha? If you're going to put this on other people who didn't know dick about your cousin, other than your weird lives in front of, like I said, your wood paneling with like people breathing on the phone and teenagers allegedly pranking you so that you could grift, what it looked like. But you hold no responsibility when you run a true crime website. You and Stacey always brag about the connections you have, and they don't know who we know. Why didn't you use any of those connections to sleuth out Greg? If you knew all of this about him and you just let him go about his way in the world, but you knew he was like a predator and you had people calling you and you had firsthand experience with this, why didn't you follow up on that? Why didn't you do anything? You are the people that say you help victims and you're always looking into shit. You didn't look into this? You didn't use any of your resources to possibly stop a sexual predator in PDF file from doing worse things? Isn't that crazy, you guys? Like, if we're really going to call it like that's what it is. You have the resources. You run a true crime website. This is your business. Not like your person, but your business that you make money off of. And you couldn't figure this shit out or even look into it? You couldn't reach out to Duduran, anybody through the years? But you can be on streams, you and Stacey bragging about who you know regarding probate because you are mad because you didn't get stuff from a deceased subscriber's estate that you thought you had talked to her and you were going to get. Remember, we have those lives, Trisha, where you and Stacey, they don't know who we know. The same thing with Lauren. She can misuse a homicide detective, Bobby Joe, to get a false temporary RO served to Christina so that Lauren can embarrass her at CrimeCon. But they can't use any of these connections against actual criminals? I don't know. I would have a hard time sleeping at night if I was you. It would be a little difficult for me. I'd feel a little guilty if we're waving fingers here.
Since then, he had been harassing her, and this was years ago. And he called me and he said, I found your name, connected to him. What can I do? And I said, my God, there's nothing you can do other than report him to the police and try and get a restraining order because he was harassing his daughter. And again, all of this happened a long, long time ago. But he's 60, I think he's 61. Did we figure out he's 61?
Yeah, he'll be 62 this year.
Right. So, obviously he hasn't learned. Teresa is a cousin of mine. Says last time I saw him was at his mom's funeral.
Yeah.
All right. Which PCB Amy is the correct one, you guys? Everyone, please report that person that's impersonating me has stolen my picture, Jolene. Okay. So I'm assuming it's the ungreen Amy that got hacked. Hi, David. But I'll wait for you guys to confirm in the chat. We got a little chat stuff going on. A troll trying to mess with. Why Amy? Amy's a sweetie. Wipe the damn CD. That's a little creepy. It figures, talking about something with Trisha. All right. There you go. Got rid of them. Okay. Oh, creepy.
Yeah.
See, from everything that I've heard from you over the years and stuff, I think a big part of his.
Okay, I'm going to rewind to see again what Trisha said was reported to her and she did nothing about it
at all. And I can't believe back when this happened that they allowed him on that website and to say whatever he wanted. It was just horrible. So anyway, I have no idea, Jesse, if he was on drugs or not. I never saw any indication that he was on drugs at all. But I'll tell you, I did get a call from a gentleman, and I don't know how he found my name, but he said that his daughter had gone out on a date with him. And I don't know, they met on some internet online thing. And he said the daughter got in his car. And by the time that they got to like the first stop sign or stoplight, she jumped out and ran. And since then, he had been harassing her. And this was years ago. And he called me and he said, I found your name, connected to him. What can I do? And I said, my God, there's nothing you can do other than report him to the police and try and get a restraining order because he was harassing his daughter. And again,
that's all you did? You didn't pull any of your connections through the years, do anything to try to stop this man from not only now harassing you, but harassing the daughter when you ran websleuths? So weird. Maybe if that daughter or father had passed away and they had money in their estate that you were after, maybe then you could utilize your resources. Maybe.
You're despicable.
Crazy.
Allegedly. All of this happened a long, long time ago. But
through the years, you never wondered, like, I wonder if he's out there Ted Bundying. You never were like, I wonder if he's Jeffrey Dahmering. Never thought to check in on that after you did stream after stream talking about him over and over again? Never thought to check in on that once you had these resources and connections? Interesting.
I think he's 61. Did we figure out he's 61?
Yeah, he'll be 62 this year.
Right. So, obviously he hasn't learned. Teresa is a cousin of mine. Says last time I saw him was at his mom's funeral.
Oh, Teresa is a cousin of hers. So now her cousins are in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, from everything that I've heard from you over the years and stuff, I think a big part of his issues are organic.
It could very well could be. No question. Yeah. Could be a brain issue. Yeah. Because he has never been able to hold a job, never been able to have friends, that type of thing.
You said he was missing his frontal lobe, and you did many videos talking about it. And then whenever stuff would come up about people and possible brain injuries, you would say, if it was like CTE, TBI, possibly you go, well, it could be the frontal lobe. Like you talked about it so much, Trisha, and you never looked into it. That is weird. Just think of the good you could have done looking into this.
And again, that's sad, but I'm sorry. He victimized, if guilty.
It's not actually sad if he's exploiting children.
He victimized children, which makes me sick to my stomach. So
yeah, that makes everyone sick to their. I hope it makes you sick to your stomach.
No, there are a lot of people that have family members that aren't the greatest people, and nobody wants that.
No, of course not.
Family that we get along with and that we're great, and we don't want this sort of thing in our life. So people aren't happy, but it's all horrible for everybody.
It is, and so anybody that makes fun of this is disgusting.
What are you talking about? No one would make fun of the fact that your cousin has a PDF file. Oh my God. She's trying to make herself a victim again. She's trying to create something that doesn't exist. But her little followers will be like, yeah. Trisha, you should have stopped him. You should have stopped him. You should have done something.
We'll keep you.
It should have never gotten this far. You used him for content so many times. You have all these connections. You've bragged about the connections. Like I said, Stacy bragged about the connections and you never utilized them for this guy. And you knew so much. You knew that he was predatory and a predator.
Posted on it. Definitely. Trust me. I'm going to be following this very, very, very closely. Yeah, Teresa.
Well, it's about time. I mean, how many years has it been? You haven't followed it closely. Good God, just think if you would have followed it closely from the beginning. Maybe we wouldn't be here. Maybe you could have saved some kids. Yeah, Tanya says she's shaping a narrative. She sure is. These bad faith actors, they will turn anything around about themselves to make themselves the victim.
So you're right. And we've known ever since he was a little kid that he was off. And I don't know why. I don't know what happened. But I did feel...
She's talking about the Greg says. Yeah. She's talking about the Greg says. There would be no Greg says if you wouldn't have shared it on the internet. And there would be no Greg exploitation if you would have reported it and followed up and used your resources for more than trying to grift off your elderly subscribers. So I don't know what to tell you there, ma'am. But that's all you. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to. Oh, wait, no, I didn't mean to do that. These people are just, yucky.
So bad for my cousin Ann, but not bad enough that they could excuse anything that this guy ever did.
Yeah.
Oh boy. So we'll definitely keep you updated on that. And I hope they release a booking photo of him.
I won't hold my breath because you haven't done much. So, okay.
You know, yeah. And now that this is out, you don't know who else is actually going to come forward, because I have so many concerns about he's 61. What has he been doing all these years? Where does CP come from?
Stacey, you should have looked into that. You and Trisha. Again, what's he been doing all these years? You guys, you didn't get what you thought was owed to you in a subscriber's estate, and you guys pulled out all the stops. But Trisha literally knew she had a predator, weird stalker in her family who not only, according to her, harmed her, but was harassing another woman and causing like havoc and making it hell for the family members in the cabin, and you did nothing? You could have looked into that. Not so insightful. Yeah, differences.
Know any children in real life, and that's
I hope he doesn't.
a real concern.
God, I hope not. I hope not. So we'll have to wait and see, but we're going to be watching this to see if he's charged. Again, I can't imagine.
I can't believe she's taken something like this serious and this disgusting and molded it into her own bullshit and her own ego. Her and Lauren Matthias, like people like this, their egos are just, it's all consuming. It's really gross.
That the, police in Hawaii would go to all this trouble to have him arrested and then let him go without charging him. So let's keep our fingers crossed on that one. Anyway, oh God, I just hate this crap. So what else, Stacey? What else is going on in our lives? Anything exciting?
I don't think so. Gosh, I can't remember anything. I would have. There was something, but now I don't remember. But
I opened my porch, and there are 3 little kitties about this big. I mean, they're just bitty. And
can you not take these porch kitties in to get spayed or neutered? Is there no kind of organization you're just going to let them continue to overpopulate the pet population so they have miserable lives outside? Like, what is going on with Trisha and these porch kitties? There are organizations that'll help you. What do these people even do? Like, they do nothing. You just open a can of Fancy Feast and throw it out there. And we haven't even had confirmation that they're kitties. We think they're possums.
I don't know where they came from. Mom has been coming every night to get fed, and I feed her. But I've got to capture her and get her fixed. I got to get these.
Yeah, work on that, Trisha. Get off the slot machines and work on that.
Cats fixed, and I can't catch them. I can't catch them. I guess what they do now is when they're wild like that, they fix them, and then they clip their ear, so you know that they've been fixed, but they're wild. So Hot Ham Radio says Hawaii means business usually. I hope you're right.
Bob Barker, yes, Austin said Bob Barker would be very disappointed.
Turn his TV off. Turn his TV off.
Help control the pet population. Have your pet spayed or neutered. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Right. I really do, because this has got to stop. This has just got to stop.
What's got to stop? Your cousin? You could have stopped him. You didn't.
I can't catch them. I guess what they do now is when they're wild like that, they fix them. And then they clip their ear, so you know that they've been fixed.
Maybe if you stop this is a good point. Chelsea Diaz says, I bet if she asked Tri-City Animal Care, animal shelter, that they could fix those animals and take care of them. Maybe if you stop trying to, taking Linda Daphne to court and holding up Tri-City Animal Shelter from getting these funds that they desperately need and would want, you could actually work on that. Because, as you talk about like helping animals, you're currently holding up an animal shelter from getting its inheritance from a will. But okay.
But they're wild. So Hot Ham Radio says Hawaii means business usually. I hope you're right. I really do, because this has got to stop. This has just got to stop. So anyway, I'm going to try and find an agency to help me. I've tried to find somebody to help me with these kitties.
It's done I guarantee it. Yeah. Miss Mojo says, we have trap and release programs. My husband and I get off your butt, Trisha. Trisha, do something. Do something. So far, we've seen you say, I don't know, accuse people of crimes that they didn't do, blame people because of your ego for some bullshit, push forth a false narrative about a stalker for Lauren, and play dollar slots. And that's all we know you to do. But like a simple Google search, and she could find places to help her. She lives in the Dallas area, right? They have programs. I guarantee it.
I'm just exhausted trying to catch them.
Can you imagine? She just running. Come here. Come here. She's just shuffling. Oh, you guys want some mayonnaise? Come on, babies. Maybe stop trying to take, deceased subscribers' estates and work on, contacting organizations that can help you with this.
But I can't let them starve, or I can't let them, die of thirst.
Die of thirst. Not the thirst. You got to catch them all like the Pokemons.
I'm not going to, but I don't want them, having more babies, even though those kitties are so cute. Oh my.
She doesn't give a shit.
God, they're so cute. I can't stand it. So
they are.
That's
where in the
just more street kitties. It's so cute. Street kitties living on the street. Outdoor cats have like half the life expectancy of indoor cats. That's so cute. So cute.
Problem lies,
So Trisha doesn't want to fix the cats because she thinks it's cute when they have babies.
People want kittens and then they don't know how to take care of them. And then,
oh yeah, Stacey, I'm sure you know how to take care of everything because you're a fucking genius.
And they let them go. Yeah, if I could get someone to get me a live trap.
How did she make it to 68 years old? People have like wiped her ass her whole life. She can do nothing. This chick does nothing, it seems like. If I could get someone to help me with this. You're a grown ass lady. Figure it out. You're supposed to be a sleuther. I don't understand this. Chickenhead, thank you for the $4.99. Says, we work with a company to trap and fix kitties. She needs to do it sooner, right? People do this all the time, every day. There are wonderful organizations and people that work to help, homeless doogies and kitties and feral cats and stuff. And this bitch is like, I don't know. I haven't been able to figure it out. So I just leave them on the porch and I feed them. That's what I do. But yeah, so anyways, it's really hard. Everything's hard. I wish it was easier.
Oh God. But then I have to take it in and pick it up, and oh my gosh.
Oh my God. Lazy. She can go back to the same slot machine 3 to 4 days in a row, sitting for, quite a bit of time. I don't want to say hours at a time, but I don't know. But the idea of then I have to take the trap back and go back in, and I got to take a trip there and a trip back. Are you not a pet mom? Do you not take your animals to the vet? What is she is so lazy.
And they let them go. They're so cute. I can't stand it.
She's like, oh my God. But helping the cats is just so tiring.
They are. That's wherein the problem lies. People want kittens and then they don't know how to take care of them, and
they let them go. Yeah, if I could get someone to get me a live trap, oh God. But then I have to take it in and pick it up, and oh my gosh. And, I'm sure I can lift it. I mean, they're not that heavy.
Lady, you can lift that huge bag. You can lift your ass around CrimeCon to the dollar slots. You can figure it out. Oh my gosh. Yeah, like Kelly Cal says, you might have to do something.
It's not enough.
Oh, Jesus.
But I got to get a live trap and do that. So I was hoping there would be an agency that could come down and set one of their traps and then come.
Have you contacted no one?
Back and pick them up. That's kind of what I was hoping. But if I have to take them in, I will. I don't have a problem doing that.
Yeah.
So I'll do that for sure. But anyway, okay, should we get to?
Okay, we'll follow up with you. She just said she'll do it for sure. We're going to follow up. So in a couple weeks, if we still hear you talk about the porch case, a couple months, we'll know you didn't do anything. Because you just said you're going to do it. So we'll follow up with you. Chelsea says, Trish is the definition of a helpless person. Is capable, but chooses not to help herself. Yeah. She's just entitled, lazy. You know, people will do it for her. Other people will pay her bills. They'll pay her taxes. You know, poor Trisha, she's the victim. Good God.
Nikki Steins?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to see, is there anything in chat that we need to talk about? Did I miss anything from anybody?
The poor butt nugget.
Let's see.
Get off my couch.
I don't think so. Okay, so Nikki Steins. Now that's been one we've been following since it happened because it is so shocking. Oh my gosh.
Dave,
let's remind everybody what happened. Again, I'm not going to show it. It's just too awful.
I'm not going to. These people are just, all they do is show awful stuff. Oh, but I'm not going to show it. It's just too awful, but we're going to talk about and exploit it. Yeah. Yeah.
But I will put the link in chat right now to the discussion on websleuths, and you can see the video there too, if you want. But,
okay, that's enough. That's enough, Trisha. That's enough. Oh my goodness. The weaponized incompetence with this woman is just next level gross. That's the only way I can explain it. So gross. And she had to put Trisha Stalker arrested to get people to join her live chat. Dave, what are you doing? Davey, what are you doing? Hi. Look at Dave. Hi. Are you looking for toys? You want a toy? I got one. I got your favorite toy. Uh-oh, you guys. Excuse me, Prince. Uh-oh. It's one of Dave's favorite toys. There you go, buddy. Come on, you go out there and share it with your brother. Yeah, there you go, honey. There you go. He loves his corn. He said, give me my corn. I need my corn. You'll hear him squeaking. He's got it, isn't he? He's just the cutest. He's the cutest. Yes, Nana nailed it, you guys. If you're a member and the emojis are working, put your corn, or no, Nana was right. I need corn emojis. Put your Nana was right emojis in the chat. Oh my gosh. Because Nana was right. She clocked it. She clocked it. Oh God. Trisha's exhausting. Can you just like calm it down? Trisha, can you just do better? Because you are exhausting. It's not fun, you guys. Speaking of which, these two who don't like, you know, or yeah, Stacy and Trisha, they don't like jokes. Everything's inappropriate. But I saw that Lauren Matthias had a little post up from CrimeCon. And it seems as though Lauren might think, they think it's funny that Trisha was accused of, if we're going to talk about jokes, of fleecing her subscribers due to an alleged gambling addiction that she pled the fifth to. They think that's funny. So funny, in fact, that they posted pictures where they're both laughing on a slot machine. You know? It's like, Lauren, were you aware? Did you see your friend at the same dollar slot machine betting her life away during CrimeCon? Yes, Nana was right. I know, stupid YouTube. The emojis aren't working. Hopefully they'll fix it soon. But yeah. She's like, Trisha, stop. Stop allegedly fleecing people.
Allegedly.
Stop. This is Lauren, and Lauren writes a little caption here. She says, the one and only Trisha Griffith with websleuths. When we first started Hidden True Crime, she was one of the first people to reach out with encouragement and support. Years later, we're still grateful for that kindness. Love getting to spend time together at CrimeCon. Oh boy. Oh boy. Lauren, you would be called an enabler. You're enabling the sickness. Look at one of them looks allegedly a couple sheets to the wind while Trisha she can't take her eyes off the slot machine. She can't take her eyes off the slotty. Thank you, Kat. Says you're so much fun to watch, Jolene. Thank you. Thank you. Oh boy. These two. One is possibly maybe inebriated, and the other one is just gambling. So that's fun. That's fun. Just like, oh my God, these two. It's crazy. Just thought that was interesting. You know, we might have a serious issue here, Lauren. You might not want to make fun of it. You know, I don't know if you've ever read the lawsuit, but people had some pretty serious allegations that Stacey and Trisha said were found untrue. But I don't know who found that in the lawsuit because Trisha settled and paid out of court. I don't remember reading in the lawsuit where they ever proved that that was not true. She pled the fifth. When Trisha was asked if she had a gambling addiction and that's what she was doing with people's money, because that's what they alleged, she pled the fifth. That means she didn't want to answer.
You're despicable.
She pled the fifth.
No one would want to stalk that ugly bitch.
So I'm not answering that.
Turn his TV off. Turn his TV off.
I'm going to keep silent on that. I'm going to plead the fifth. So, okay. All right. I mean, whatever. Whatever. Just classy. Classy. Isn't Dave? He is the cutest. Can you guys hear him? Little squeakies. He loves it. His corn is his favorite toy. Okay. I had to buy 2 more corns. It's like one of the few toys that has been indestructible because he just has super strong teeth and he gets through. I feel so bad. Like the minute he gets a toy, he just like rips into it. I'm like, oh, buddy, I got to throw it away because I don't want him to, digest the stuff in it. And so this corn has been one of the few that has been indestructible, except for sometimes the squeaky part will stop. I think one of his teethies will kind of deflate the squeaker, but it doesn't open it up. So he can still play with it, but doesn't squeak. So I had to buy some more. So he had extra cornies. Yeah, he loves it. He loves it. I know he loves it. It's just part of the ambiance of the channel. Yeah, Dave's like, this is bullshit. This is BS. So yeah, so Trisha and Lauren just, laughing about Trisha, grifting all these years for her bills and such and being taken to court for lawsuits, accused of fleecing, which she said they proved was not true. I don't remember that part of the lawsuit, but okay. And then, grifting for CrimeCon all these years. And then the 1 year she might be able to pay for it herself or Othram can, she's at the dollar machines. I guess that's really funny to them. All these people that gave their hard-earned money to send her there for crime that she would be at the slot. I guess that's their idea of funny. So good for them. Good on them. Krista, thank you so much for the super chat. Says Jill Grace did a vid on websleuths lawsuit. Linda Daphne lives in like the second wealthiest hood in Dallas. So doubt she scammed. Yeah, I mean, we don't believe Trisha. Okay, we don't believe her. And again, even if by some stretch of the imagination she's right, it still doesn't make her right. Her behavior with all this has just been really gross. And her exploiting her friend's estate and death for content, it's gross. So yeah, they are very transactional type of people. That's a good way to put it, Gen X lady. All right, let's check out Christina's video. Okay, so if Christina's in the chat. She's got 2 here. This one is from a day ago. Let me drop the link for this video so you can go back and watch it yourself and sub up to Christina. And let me add it to the I'm going to tag Christina's channel in the description so you can easily go in there and subscribe. So let's see, sub to Christina, and I'm going to tag her at Christina. Okay, it's Hey Christina Mac, and I just saved it. So it's in the description, and there's also a link in the live chat. All right, so Christina posted a video that says that she got close enough for my 360 to catch everything. So someone, I think, was following Christina. We know that Christina was harassed this CrimeCon as well. And, you know, according to people, they were saying that it was due to Laura Mathias contacting we'll say allegedly, contacting the security and that little Skims security risk management guy that kept harassing Christina and put her and Jay and other people on the naughty list. All right. And Christina and Jay both filmed it. And so they've been sharing the footage, thankfully, from CrimeCon so we can see what's going on. You guys like the squeaks? Okay. I know some people might get annoyed, but I can't. It makes him so happy. I can't take that away from him. I'm so sorry. And I'm sorry if your dogs are going crazy with the squeaks. But while we play this, I'll mute my mic so you can hear Christina. But Christina is saying that she's going through this footage now and she's finding all of this stuff, and it's creepy. Now, I haven't watched this video. I think I've watched how many seconds of this? I watched 15 seconds of it, and then I saw a short that she had posted on Instagram. But I haven't seen this thing. So if Christina's in the chat, feel free to fill me in if I get anything wrong. But let's take a look. Oh, let me see if there's any. I don't know if there's any sound. Doesn't look like there's any sound. So she got close enough for my 360. Okay. So I don't think there's sound, guys. Okay, so which lady is it? What is this 360 camera, too? So interesting. Oh, Christina's got a Mountain Dew. And who's with you, Christina? I love her outfit. I love the cardi. I love the camo pants, the sweater. That is so cute. I know Christina always dresses cute too, but that is a cute look. Who is that? Dental Lori? Who's next to you? All of the ladies dress so cute. Look at how cute Christina looks in the checkered bag. I think it's Dental Lori because she's always looking cute. Dental Lori is so beautiful. Okay, Kelly says it is Dental Lori. I thought so. I thought I recognized that cutie. They all got style. Love it. Okay, so they're walking around CrimeCon. Oh, that lady's picking up out of her purse. They're in Caesars. Oh, I think it's a lady coming down the stairs, maybe? Okay, yeah. Oh, I think it's a little Bobby, a Bob with bangs. Bob with bangs alert. Okay. Do we know her? There's a guy. There's another lady. Okay. Oh, she's holding up her phone recording Christina. Bob with bangs. Bob with bangs.
No one would want to stalk that ugly bitch.
Oh, shit. She's all what? Does anyone know her?
Top titty 2x4 to end the game. That was nice.
Did she take a picture of her? Bob with bangs. Bob with bangs. Oh, she got real close. Who is this lady? Oh my gosh. Now everything's sus because of the harassment against Christina at CrimeCon. You're just like, what the heck's going on? So this lady's still behind him. Okay. And she's looking kind of cash, but she's looking over at Christina. She looks at the camera. She's keeping up with their pace. Okay. All right. She's pretty close. It's a little weird. All right. Bob with bangs. She gonna pull her phone out again? I think she is. Nope. Nope. She put it back. Right. Dental Lori's cutiness. I'm just like, what? What is she doing there? Is it like I've seen videos pop up in my algorithm about these gang stalkers. I'm weirded out. And she's doing it again. What the fuck is going on, you guys? Who are these people? This is giving like some crazy, like Big Love type mafia style, Mormon mafia something. I don't know. What the hell? Yeah, why is she so close to Christina and recording her? It's weird. Oh boy. What the hell is going on? It's almost like when I lived in LA and I would go to after I saw the Scientology documentary they put out, I forget which year. It was in theaters, I think. And we saw it. And then we lived pretty close to one of the big Scientology buildings and stuff. And people would say, hey, don't, drive around there and do looky-loos because pretty soon you'll have some SUVs following you. And sure enough, when you went over to that Scientology area, and I would drive around and be like, trying to like, what's going on over here? They always had people out on the streets, like their own like little security, dressed up. And like, I think they would wear like suit coats or something, like blue, like white shirt, blue, if I remember correctly. And sure enough, you would have SUVs behind you soon. And my husband, Chal was like, we can't go back there. And I was curious. I was like, I want to go look. But this is what it reminds me of, like the Scientology weirdos. Hey, guys. So she's still walking behind them. It's been a while. Bob with bangs. Bobber. We'll call her BB. Bob with bangs. Bang Bobber. Bang Bobber, who do you work for? This is so creepy. Bang Bobber. What the heck? Is this one of Trisha's perverted cousins or something? What's going on? Yeah, are they hidden germs? I don't know. Why is she so close? My God. See, I would be awful at this because I would turn around and be like, what are you doing? She even slowed down when they slowed down. She didn't even walk around them. Like normal protocol, you walk around people. They drop something and she literally slowed down with them. This is so creepy. Bang Bobber. She's like, oh, let me pick that up. She stops like, oh yeah. Lady, what is going on? Bang bobber, what are you? All the way out? Oh, geez. Now she's getting a little closer because she skipped past these ladies. Sorry, I was muted. And that lady with the red hair, she looked curious at the 360, I think. Like, what is that camera? But Bob Banger was like, I'm going to stay close to you. Bob Banger is so close. Bob Banger's too close, you guys. Hello, we're not that far out from a panakuchen. What happened to like a 6 feet rule? What happened to that? Good Lord. You guys, is her phone recording? She has her camera open. You see it there. And we know it looks like she was taking pictures or video before. And clearly her camera's open there.
Timestamp. Thank you.
Crime.
So it went to a J video. Oh my goodness. What the hell, you guys? That's crazy.
What the French toast?
Did you think I wouldn't find out about your little doo-doo head cootie queen?
Who are you calling a cootie queen, you lint liquor?
I use a combination of lies, manipulation, cheating, stealing, gaslighting, bullying, insulting, and flexing.
We got to be careful how we're using the tools of the law in this courtroom. And I expect the parties to use common sense. Again, a stalking injunction is not a remedy for shutting down speech that a person doesn't like somebody saying about them. And it seems like that's what you're trying to do in this case.
And line crime.
I get on the ass. Yeah, somebody gotta do it. Got my foot up on the gas, but somebody gotta do it.
Ugh, that was creepy. That was obviously my first time watching that whole thing. And Christina, did you find out who this woman is? Is this what you realized when you were going through your footage, that this chick was following you? Oh my gosh. This is crazy. Okay, Christina says, I have no freaking idea who that woman is. Oh my God. I just recently heard this term gang stalking, and it popped in my algorithm, and there were some people, I think I talked about it briefly many lives ago, like a woman who was claiming that she was being gang stalked. I forget by who, but I had never heard of that until recently. That's crazy. Oh, her name now is Cootie Queen. But what happened to like keeping a distance, like social distancing, like 6 feet? I missed those days. That was awesome when we were just giving each other room to breathe. I hate when people are like so close to you. Okay, and then Christina has another video that I think is from today, or maybe it's from yesterday as well. And let me pull that up. And I think someone else that you captured on the footage. What the hell is with this CrimeCon? Okay, so this one was from 11 hours ago. It's caught in the act at CrimeCon of all places. Let me see if there's description. Okay. So the description of this video, I probably should have read the description of the other video as well. Early on, I decided that if I noticed someone recording me, Christina wrote, here, let me share it with you guys. Again, let me drop the link too for Christina's channel so you guys can go sub up and support her because she's got, you know, a lot of footage, and she started putting out videos recently with her sharing her experience. So here is a link to the video I'm going to play, and let me share this. Caught in the act. And she has a nice little description here. You're the best, Christina. Thank you. Oh, you found Greg's arrest? Okay. Oh boy. You did more than friggin' what's her nuts did. Trisha did. Early on, I decided that if I noticed someone recording me, I would call it out. At the time, I only caught a handful of incidents, if that. But after reviewing my Insta 360 footage, I found many more moments that I hadn't noticed in real time. To be clear, my issue isn't the people wanted to record me. Honestly, I had put effort into getting ready for the event. And if someone happened to catch me on camera, that wasn't the problem. Most days I'm in sweats and a t-shirt and a messy bun. So if there's ever a time to document me, it might as well be when I'm actually made an effort. Hell yeah. What bothered me was being publicly accused of something I did not do while simultaneously dealing with similar behavior directed at me in real life. That experience left me feeling frustrated and, quite frankly, unfairly targeted. The people I did catch seemed genuinely surprised when I called them out. Last year, I stayed quiet about these experiences. This year, I decided I was no longer comfortable staying silent, especially after repeated boundary violations and what I felt was inconsistent treatment from CrimeCon regarding filming and streaming policies. I mean, yes, very inconsistent, very weird. In this video, you'll see one person I definitely noticed recording me. There may be a second person as well, but I can't say for certain. It looked to me like they may have seen the interaction and then stopped. But that's only my interpretation of what happened. As always, viewers can watch the footage and draw their own conclusions. Stay tuned because there is more to come. I am slowly but surely making my way through this footage. Okay. Oh, Christina. God, this is just crazy. All right. Is this Janice Ballet Flats, cutie patootie? Shout out to Ballet Flats.
So good to go. He's coming back to take pictures and sign autographs and look to the back. Okay, that's the first 30 days free. After that, $4.60. Yeah. Right.
Is this at that murder shits table? Is that the murder shits lady? Oh. Oh, she's doing like a selfie. She was recording.
Yeah, she was. She was.
What the fuck is going on?
Real bad bitch, and you mad? 'Cause you built like your dad.
Oh my God. Her and Janice are like, yeah. Christy says, wait for the lady in red. She turns, pretends she's filming for her booth. Oh my gosh. My doggies are like, Mom, get off live. Okay.
Got her. Oh yeah, I saw her.
Huge. Got her. Oh my gosh. Christina's like model height. I'm going to guess 5'9", at least possibly 5'10". She might be 5'10", like Cindy Crawford. We don't know. Oh my gosh. And if I ever look that good in a pair of jean shorts as Janice looks, I literally could die happy. Okay. Shout out to Janice. Goals. 5'9". Yes, Christina. I'm 5'7". I wish I was 5'9". Oh my God. I think I'm actually 5'6" and a quarter, but I just say 5'7".
So good to go. He's coming back to take pictures and sign autographs and look to the back. Okay, that's the first 30 days free. After that, $4.60.
Okay, so this lady, so this is the murder shit.
That $4.60. Yeah, right.
Okay, so the lady in red, if you see her in like the red t-shirt back there, she looks to be holding up her phone recording, okay? And then they're walking by and then she turns like, just kidding. I'm just doing a selfie video. Oh, I'm doing a get ready with me. Get ready with me to watch Christina.
She was recording. Yeah, she was. She was.
Yeah,
I got her.
So, do you know her, Christina? Is this one of Lauren's lackeys? Oh boy. What is going on with this place and these people? Christina says, yeah, so when I called her out, she awkwardly moves her camera down. Oh my goodness. I know Janice is, I want her to like train. I could never look that good. I don't think it's possible. Christina says, tell me what you think of the black shirt pants lady after the lady in red. Oh, there's another. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. Oh, okay. I see black shirt pants. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh, yeah. She looks like she recognizes you too. Holy shit. I didn't even pick up on that. Oh my God, you guys, check this out. So as they're walking by, what is going on? I feel like I'm in the Truman Show or something. They're friends with, oh my God. Okay, so this lady, here come the ladies in black. This lady. So watch. So she's ahead of Christina now, right? She's up in the distance, and Christina and Denise are going to walk past her, and she pulls out her phone too. Yeah. Smiles at them. Okay, so she stops. She's digging in her purse. And she looks, she makes eye contact. Almost like, I know them.
Oh, she was recording. Yeah, she was. She was. I got her. Oh yeah, I saw her.
What the hell is going on? That was weird. That was weird. That's suspicious. In the words of Cardi B, that's weird. That's suspicious. It's like they're all in on this crazy gang stalking or whatever, except for the rest of us normal people. That was creepy. I feel like I'm in like a scary movie or something. Oh, Dawson says I was too distracted by Janice. I know, she's so beautiful. That's weird. That's suspicious. Oh my gosh.
Got a bag and fix my teeth. Hope you hoes know it ain't.
Yes, or like punked back in the day. Before we knew how creepy Ashton Kutcher was, allegedly. Oof.
That's my opinion.
Yeah, were these the people? I mean, someone was reporting back to Luis. Weird guy, security guy. Oh my gosh. That's very strange, Christina. I don't even know what to say about that. Ugh, what is going on? But I mean, honestly, I would put nothing past these people now. Yeah, Higgy says, Higgy's mom says it's coordinated like a relay race. For real. You got one, then the other, and the other, and they pass the baton on, the weird, creepy stalker, hidden germ baton, allegedly. Oh, God. I hate to leave you guys like on that, but and I hate that Christina has to keep experiencing this. This is just, we need a Menards, you guys.
You save big money. You save big money when you shop Menards.
That was crazy. Just very, very weird people. And again, like I always say, not like fun Aquarius weird, like scary weird people. Bang Bobber definitely looked like from a horror movie. What was that movie that came out this year and it had Uncle Buck's girlfriend in it? It had Shanice, who played Uncle Buck's girlfriend in Uncle Buck, with the legendary R.I.P. John Candy. It kind of looked like that lady. And she was so good at being so creepy in that movie. This is Leslie V. Thank you so much for the 10.
I don't dance now.
Said,
I make money.
Christina, email me. Please, been trying to find your email. My email is on my channel. Please email her, Christina. Thank you, Leslie. Weapons. Yes, that movie was, she kind of reminded me of the lady from Weapons. It was a great movie. Oh, me and my husband, Chelleren, watched that this past Halloween season. Or Jason Voorhees' mom. Indelible Queen says, oh my gosh, yes. Oh, CrimeCon, what is wrong with you? What is wrong? Oh, I know, John Candy. What a legend. Right? You were going to say that? I'll say that I was going to, the Weapons lady. I forget that wonderful actress's name. Let me look it up. I'll be like, Weapons, creepy lady. Okay, Aunt Gladys from the movie Weapons. And it's played by Amy Madigan. Shout out to Amy Madigan, the actress who plays Aunt Gladys in the movie Weapons. If you haven't seen it and you like horror movies, then check it out. Caramello. It's like a blonde Aunt Gladys. You guys. Okay. So Christina, if you see this, email, this is Leslie B. She said her email is attached to her channel. I wonder if I can just click. I don't know if you want me to, well, if it's attached to, I think Christina will see it. Did she win the Oscar for that, Poppy? I didn't even bring it down. Oh. Amy Madigan, she won an Oscar. Was it for being Aunt Gladys? Because she was so good. Oh my goodness. You got it? Okay, good. Okay, Christina's got it. So you guys will be in contact with each other. Oh my gosh, Christina. Looking through all that footage. That's crazy. All right, you guys, we've been on here for 4 hours. All right, I gotta get off here. Under Kresha who says, I'm disappointed by what happened to Christina and Jay this CrimeCon because I was a little pumped. They comped her ticket redo, but then it quickly fell to shit. And I'm so done with the whole thing. Yeah. It's so unprofessional. It was just harassment. That guy just, it's like they were, they had to constantly watch out. He's coming around the corner at any second to tell them they were doing something wrong. And then they were like, but no, you told us we could do that. He was like, well, no, I'm saying you can't do that. And the fact that he went up to Christina and was like, is this you in a picture? What the frick? Yeah, it seemed like a setup. That's Lisa discovers. Yeah, because they give Christina a free ticket. Like, sorry about last year with the Lauren Matthias of it all. Come back to CrimeCon. We're so sorry. And then she gets there and she's treated like shit, like she did something wrong. So it did seem like a setup. It's so weird. I hate it. I hate all of it. Right, Grizzly Bear Kelly D? It's like they did it to make her feel even worse. I mean, I don't know if anyone's digging into, Kresha probably has, into, the CrimeCon people and who runs it. And I know that you guys were saying that Fox bought it, I think, and it used to be Oxygen ran it back in the day or something. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. I don't have a huge ego like Trisha and Lawrence. You can definitely tell me when I'm wrong, and I can absorb new information. It's one of the things I can do as a human. But yeah, I would be interested to see people dig more into that. And then Amy Kopsa, she did a video today digging into Othram. We're going to have to talk about that next live, because Othram, it looks as though they might have allegedly, bought out or whatever they did with doing business with websleuths, where now Trisha is the manager and not the, owner of websleuths, so that they can create their own spit and spooge forum where they're going to have sleuths, random ass people, solve crimes for them like it's a video game. It's so freaking weird.
Turn his TV off. Turn his TV off.
And Andy was breaking it all down today, and I'm like, holy shit, they got it up on the website. And if you notice, if you go to the websleuths website, one thing I noticed recently is everything, you know, ever since you guys first told me about websleuths, ever since I first clicked on that website, it's very dated. You know, it's like back in the 90s, it feels like it's going to give you a virus when you're on it. However, the pages that are clearly now linked to Othram, since they're taking, I think Trisha said, all the revenue, you know, so like the memberships and stuff and the AdSense from the YouTube channel, Trisha said it all goes to them. If you look at their membership page, it's one of the few pages that are up to date. They also are posting their own videos that Othram's doing, which are like such high quality. Okay, hold on, Teddy. High quality, real like documentary videos. You want to go outside? Okay. Videos, and those it almost looks like it doesn't fit with websleuths and stuff. So just something to think about. But yeah, Andy had a great live today. I'll put that in the comment or in the description of this video, and then we'll talk about that next time. But I got to get going because the doggos are like, it's been too long. But you guys are all wonderful, beautiful pumpkin spice babies. Thank you to each and every one of you. Justice for Christina, you guys. And don't forget to smash that like, comment after the video posts, and I'll see you very soon. But until then, remember to enjoy yourself. It's later than you think. Bye.
Do you like what you see? Judge me in the comments as fast as you can. Judge me, judge me, judge me.